I thought we'd just jump right back in, but welcome back, everybody. I hope you had lunch or a mid-morning snack, something just to refuel. Thank you for attending the earlier session. Very, very interesting conversation. We're now going to have a 30-minute networking session that really is just going to feature PPP experts from the African continent. Jyoti Bisbey is going to be our moderator, and she'll just be, asking us questions about our career journeys. Please feel free to also use the chat function to ask questions, follow-on questions after we introduce ourselves. But over to you, Jyoti, for the next 30-minute session.
All right, thank you, Prima. So we are very excited to host this networking session where it's all about you in the audience. We want to hear from you and your questions. And we have a panel of 4 PPP specialists from Africa. And any question you want to know about how to become a PPP specialist, they are here for you. So just to start off the conversation, I'm going to ask each of you, David Baxter, Johnson Kalinga, Ziad Hayek, and Prima, in 2 minutes, can you share with us your PPP journey? So let's start with Prima.
Okay, so mine might be the shortest journey here, but so I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer by training. I have about 12 years experience now, but I started out as a corporate finance lawyer. So I started practicing corporate finance in Uganda in a law firm in about 2011. And so I was just doing general corporate law stuff. And as you will know, markets, on the African market, you do not have the luxury of specializing very early on in your career. So as I continue to grow as a lawyer, I ended up doing a bit of project finance, and it was general project finance. And so in general project finance, that is where I began to do more project specific work, but I was still focusing on Uganda because I was still working at a law firm in Uganda. When I left about 5 years ago to start working with the Africa Legal Support Facility, which is where I work now, I had really more project finance experience, but it's a more structured environment with a lot more projects all over the continent. And that is how I ended up beginning to practice, because we fund legal support to projects, and I ended up somehow stumbling into PPPs, but I had project finance expertise, but I did not have PPP expertise. So it is within that time that I ended up getting the certification and ended up really, just focusing on PPPs as an area. So I would say I am a mix of project finance, which is really what is happening for PPPs on the continent, but that is sort of the journey that I have taken. I have shortened it quite a lot because I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Prima. Let's next go to David Baxter.
Good morning. My name's David Baxter, a native of Cape Town, South Africa, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I grew up in South Africa, I think, during one of the times when it was going through some of its most difficult change, and that was the transition at the end of apartheid. I was lucky in the sense that when I went to university, I went to the University of Stellenbosch, where I was exposed to some progressive ideas, which eventually led me to becoming a lecturer at the University of the North, as it was called then, which is now the University of Limpopo, where I taught development economics. From there, I went to work at the Human Sciences Research Council as a human needs, resources, and environment person in the post-apartheid era of, bringing infrastructure to rural economies. And it was very interesting because I'm a socioeconomist and a geographer. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an engineer, which makes me an anomaly, I think, in the field of many PPP practitioners. But part of the decisions that led me to where I am today was, identifying specific activities or causes that I wanted to be involved, which would give me the experience. I never turned down a job because it was challenging. I embraced the challenges because I thought those were important, and I looked for the opportunities. And I was very lucky also, and this is important, to have strong mentors. I think one of the bridging factors that's helped me is that I've worked both for government as well as the private sector. So when you have public-private partnerships, it's good to understand both sides. And, I would just say advice to people is challenge yourself, embrace everything that you can, which is going to teach you something, And I did focus, over time on working with planners, engineers, because they are the ones who build the PPP projects. And I also work very closely with implementers. And one question people have always asked me, what do you need to know about PPPs? And that is everything, because you never know enough. The field is dynamic and it's changing constantly. Thank you.
David, let's go next to Ziad.
I'm the old man here. I've been in PPP for 35 years. I started doing PPPs in 1988 in Venezuela and ended up making many mistakes financing toll roads in Latin America. I came to PPP from the financing side. In the old days, we used to have to figure out a way to finance every project. And it led us to doing a lot of work in the capital markets, which is something that we really miss today. Now I see emerging markets really sort of depending a lot on the multinational development banks instead of resorting to the capital markets, something I hope to change. I've done PPPs in Latin America and Africa, in Europe. The largest transactions I was involved with was $15 billion project for telecoms in Europe. Then I worked for the Lebanese government. I was Secretary General of the High Council for Privatization and PPP for 13 years, working for 4 prime ministers. Did a lot of various types of PPP project activities, was vice chair of the working party of PPP at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, and established the International Center of Excellence, PPP for ports sector in Beirut. In 2017, I proposed the creation of WAPPP at the United Nations, which eventually didn't happen, but together with Jean-Christophe Barth and 5 other co-founders, we set up WAPPP and have been president of WAPPP now for the past 4 years. That's my background. What I hope for is, like I said, I mean, building on what David was saying as to, what we're hoping, I'm hoping, like I said, to see that we must be able to finance PPPs without depending on multilateral development banks, and I'm sure we can.
Thank you, Ziad. Let's hear from Johnson.
Thank you, Jyoti. So I was initially trained as an accountant at Strathmore University in Kenya. That is 2008, where I also undertook Spanish as a minor at the university. So immediately after finishing my undergrad, I joined the Economic and Commercial Office of Spain, which had been created to try and look for infrastructure investment opportunities for Spanish companies in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Rwanda. So I was there for about 6 years, and thereafter moved to a Spanish construction company, which had headquarters in Nairobi. So we did quite a number of infrastructure projects, again, in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Congo, Senegal, Gambia, where I rose to assist the CFO for Africa in terms of financial management of the projects. So quite dynamic countries, and you get to meet the real challenges on the ground. A project in Kenya is totally different from how you deliver a project in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Ethiopia. And so that gave me a lot of practical experience. And I was able to learn many challenges that these projects face, as much as the funding was in place. So in 2018, I quit the company to start my own advisory firm in project finance and PPP. Our specialization was on project finance. We partnered with a UK firm to bring in global experience and also the PPP experience. Fast forward, we started a different angle of training project finance and PPP experts across Africa through our Africa Project Finance Program, which so far has trained more than 250 practitioners. But about 4 years later, we realized it's not just enough to train and build capacity yet. We did not have good projects for those graduates of our programs to apply And that is why in 2022, we incorporated now the Miundo Misingi Hub, which is an ecosystem that tries to champion the origination and implementation of innovative infrastructure financing solutions. And fast forward now, we are an accredited training organization. We train professionals to sit for the PPP exams. We are pushing more projects through our different pillars in the hub. And this is something we are very passionate about. So we are working with partners from different countries to see how Africa can move forward with regards to driving good projects.
Thank you, Johnson. So we only have about 15 minutes left. The session is quite short. My next question, I'm going to combine kind of 3 questions together. David, you mentioned the importance of having a mentor. And all 4 of you have very different educational background. So can you in your own experience explain what is a PPP specialist and how different background, how different experiences, and how different working environments in different countries can actually make a PPP specialist? And then the third part to this question is, now we have the CP3P training. So how do you in your experience, judge the balance between actually getting a certification and getting education versus experience in working in projects? So let's start with David first.
Well, I think, it's important to have certification because it's recognition that is necessary because it's often required, but the practical experience is really important. And having worked in almost every continent, I have learned lessons from different projects because every PPP project is different. The circumstances, the backgrounds are different, the outcomes, the design, everything is different. So the more exposure you get to that is important. So, having a balance between practical experience, having a balance, with the certification. And then one thing that's really important is your degrees are important, but what's fascinating is how much you can deviate from the training of your degree. And when you then start working, learning to do new things. So I think constantly it's a voyage of discovery, of learning, and this can be done best through having strong mentors. And if you find somebody that you are impressed by or somebody who's comfortable with, reach out to them and have conversations. I think as Africans, we are often a little hesitant to reach out to people who can mentor us. But, most people really enjoy mentoring that I've known. And so, find the person, reach out to them, have conversations with them, and you can learn a lot through that process.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Prima.
Thank you, Jyoti. And I think, David has hit the nail on the head in terms of, the certification is good, but the experience is what matters. I would also say that I think when it comes to PPPs, because of the vast number of people and professions that are involved. I mean, we have someone with an accounting background. We have so many professions that are involved in what is a PPP. It is very difficult to have one mentor for PPPs. So I would say look for the technical experts because, and I have seen, a port project is a completely different from a toll road and completely different from, construction of something. They're all different. So I would think that you need to have different people in different fields. I would tell you that, any lawyer looking at a financial model just freezes. And so you need someone who understands financial models to be able to even just speak you through it so that you are able to give the legal advice that you need to give. So I would say for me that you need to know people. You need to know engineers that know PPPs. You need to know financial experts that know how PPPs work. So it's, just to have the technical, the financial, and the legal experts, someone across all of those that can help you when it comes to structuring and advising on PPPs. Thank you, Prima. Over to you, Johnson.
Thanks, Jyoti. I think it's very important for you to have the practical experience. It's not enough to just have that certificate. But it's also important for us to realize what is happening in the ground when you look at Africa. So when you look at most of these projects, not many people will get that opportunity to be able to get that practical experience because you're not involved in making decisions. So how, again, do we make sure that our people get that real experience to make critical decisions on projects. So I think a PPP professional or expert needs to be agile. You need to be proactive enough to be able to understand what are the other team members doing. You know, it's not just sitting in a comfortable zone. Try and move out to know what are the engineers thinking and how can we work together to make sure that together we are putting together a bankable project. And that is what we realized. And we said the CP3Ps is a good credential, but it's not enough for you to drive projects, especially in an emerging market like Africa. That is why we said, let's blend practical training. So if you come at the Africa Project Finance Program, we even extend to going to the site, you know, to understand and discuss challenges in a real project, so that blended with the theoretical training brings out an all-round professional who really can deliver in a real project.
And last, Ziad, and then I will go one more round of questions after this.
Thanks, Jyoti. I think that, as everybody said, certification is not enough, but it's a good first step. I think it depends where you are as a PPP professional, because where in your career, where in what type of organization you work for. PPP requires knowledge of finance, financial modeling, capital structure, etc. Requires knowledge of legal issues and contract negotiation and terms. And it requires knowledge of technical aspects of a project, and you have to get immersed in every project in its technical aspects. Requires knowledge of project management and project of procurement, and knowledge of all these things. That is really a lifetime journey. I've been doing PPP for 35 years and I'm still learning. So it's a never-ending thing, which is fantastic, because that's what you want to be in your career, to continue to be motivated. You want to be always on a learning curve and always feeling that you are at the cutting edge of your profession. Now, I was saying it depends where you are, because, for example, if you are working for a government, if you're in a PPP unit for a government, really one thing that you don't need if you are in private sector is knowledge of politics. You really need to become politically adept. You need to understand how to work with members of your parliament, with ministers, how to do lobbying, what are the political issues to press on, how to deal with the public, because public opinion is very important. So as a government PPP professional, you have a lot more to be aware of and learn than a private sector PPP professional, which is much more technical. And I think this is really the interesting part. I think if you're involved in PPP policy development and making decisions, this is where it gets super important. So good luck to everybody. And I should say that we at WAPPP, this is one of the things we do. We try to help everybody develop their career. If you're looking for a job, if you're looking to find projects to work on, if you're looking for investors, if you're looking for projects, we are a hub. It's not something that we do actively. It's something that we do passively. So by being a member, you get a chance to interact with our network, and it's up to you to find these opportunities, but we're there to provide the network. So, and yeah, I hope we're making a positive contribution to our profession.
Thank you, Ziad. So my last question is, what are the specific recommendations or suggestions you would have for a PPP professional who's coming out of Africa? So I think there are two sets of professionals in the audience today. One is kind of a mid-manager who's had some experience and now is looking for the next step. Either they're transitioning from the public sector to private, or private to maybe more international. And then there are a set of audience which is just starting out and is looking for how to get out of their little town, or the just graduated from university. So what are the specific things from your own experience from your countries in Africa you want to share as a suggestion that you can actually get out? I mean, I think the one thing which everybody wants to do is get out and get involved in more projects. So let's start with David.
I think the most important thing, and it often confounds me, is we've been doing PPPs in Africa for 20 years. The World Bank often even refers to as the PPP guidance that was developed by the South African Treasury as one of the hallmark documents for PPP policy and best practice. So we don't have to be apologetic anymore. It astounds me how many times companies from all over the world hire people from outside Africa to do projects in Africa, when there is a massive backlog of PPP professionals. When I was the director of IP3, we trained for 20 years African professionals in the skill sets of PPPs. So I think is make yourself known, don't be apologetic, don't be, you feel like a second-rate citizen. It's your continent, you know the situation on the ground, you have the experience, you have the understanding, and get your name out there so that you would be considered and get to work on projects so you can build your resume. We don't need to apologize anymore, we just need to embrace the moment.
Thank you, David. Very well said. Over to you, Prima.
Thank you, Jyoti. And I think at this point, I'll probably borrow what Ziad said earlier, and it depends on where you are. If you are looking if you're just starting, I would say the most important thing is get the knowledge, get certified. And there's a lot, I think Johnson runs a program that can help with the certification. So get certified and understand how PPPs work. If you are in sort of like mid-level or mid-career, I think it would be to approach partners that are doing PPPs in your country, because they have the networks that will then sort of like expose you to other countries. I would say, for example, if you are maybe working in a ministry somewhere, then it would make sense to find out what sort of projects can be done by that ministry, but then how can you, for example, partner with the local banks to either, develop a PPP sort of not really framework, but a pipeline. What is the pipeline of projects in your country? Who are the players in your country? And begin to approach them, because like we said earlier, people are working in silos. And so there's a lot going on. People just do not know it. So I would say to join the network of PPP professionals within your country, because then that will open you up. And lastly, I would say to join WAPPP. I had to sneak it in there, but sort of like join WAPPP if you're on the African continent. The Africa chapter welcomes you. But I think that it's being part of these conversations that then shows you what is happening elsewhere and how can that be employed in the different countries and at the different stages that you are. So I think for me, the most important thing is join a network, join the network within your country, join international networks like WAPPP, and then that will open the door for you.
Johnson, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks, Jyoti. I think I'll be very brief. My advice will be that try and understand how infrastructure projects work, how they're structured, how they're procured, how they are financed, implemented, and managed. And you can only do this by having mentors. So speak to people who have done it before, understand the challenges that they've faced, the difficulties, the blunders they've made, and try and pick the best so that you don't repeat the same mistakes going forward. Of course, join associations like WAPPP, because you get to meet quite a number of people, of course, with totally different perspective about infrastructure projects. I think it's through that then you get to grow. Volunteer once in a while so that your services could be felt. You can get a chance to expose your skills, your expertise, so that later on you can be able to explore opportunities in that space.
I want to read out a comment from Danlami, and I think it speaks to what I want to say, that, these hard skills, education, degrees. I'm not African, I'm from India, but I think I share some of the same struggles which a lot of you are struggling with. And I think the soft skills are very important. I think, and I will read the comment from Danlami. He said, you should definitely not be the type of personality that will lose your mind if you do not see the beginning and the end of a project, because the complexity of these PPP projects it takes you a long time. It can actually take your life. to see the end of these projects. So, the soft skills to be able to collaborate, to be able to smile despite things are going wrong are extremely important. So Ziad, with that, you have the last word.
Totally agree. Totally agree. This is such a good and really perceptive comment, because it describes the reality of the life of a PPP professional. We work with long-term projects. Everything takes forever. You need patience. You need the smile. Keep on smiling. If you're in Africa today, professionally, I would advise look at all kinds of small projects. Try to do small projects. Renewable energy offers a lot of potential. It may not be your profession directly or your job directly, but try to help somebody trying to set up a solar power plant for a small community. It will teach you a lot. And it is really these skills that are cumulative that we all need to develop. But yes, I want to go back and say, if you're a PPP professional, look towards the sun. All the shadows will fall behind you.
Thank you, Ziad. So with that, I want to thank our panel who's available to everyone. Please join WAPPP and connect with us on LinkedIn. And hopefully we will see you in the future working on a project or just collaborating on different things on PPPs. So with that, I will switch off my video and hand it over to Prima to start the afternoon session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you very much, everyone. I think Ziad left us on a very poetic sort of juncture when he told us, if you're a PPP professional, look towards the sun. I didn't think we'd get any poetry out of today, but look where we are. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Bathil. We listened to Bathil earlier during the keynote panel, and if you attended that, then I'm sure that you must be looking forward. She's going to moderate the panel dubbed Financing the Just Transition to a Green and Resilient Future. This panel is sponsored by WAPP's corporate partner, African Climate Foundation. And African Climate Foundation is a grant-based, is a strategic, is the word I was looking for, strategic grant-making foundation focused on climate and development issues on the African continent. Bathil, over to you to introduce the rest of your panelists and take this session away. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Prima. And again, congratulations to the organizing team. This is of very much value and flawless. I would like to invite my panelists to turn on their camera so that we can begin. I think we're still missing Peter. While we wait for our final panelist to appear, allow me to reintroduce myself. For those of you who haven't virtually met yet, my name is Bathil Nisika. I work for the OECD Development Center. I manage a division there that includes work on philanthropy. We have a network of foundations working for development and a center on philanthropy that collects data on philanthropy for development. It is my great pleasure and honor to be your moderator for this first afternoon session. Let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to discuss before I turn to my panelists and a little bit of rules of engagement for this session. So you are here because you want to hear more about financing the just transition to a green and resilient future, which is a very tall order, but also in very much need of being unpacked. So we are very lucky to have a distinguished panel. What we're going to discuss is basically how we can help African countries face the dual challenge of achieving their own development goals while building resilience against climate change impacts. You see, you cannot think about one without thinking of the other. And it's not going to be one after the other. The time is now, and PPPs have the potential to bridge some of the financing and investment gaps in these critical development and economic sectors that are also vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So in other words, how can we support development, economic, social, and environmental resilience while meeting climate obligations? Well, there are a few constraints. Just to name a few, finance flows into Africa are still insufficient to do that. So how do we climate-proof new PPPs to make sure that we do that is what we're going to discuss today. And in particular, how can we move from a climate risk to a climate opportunity? And that includes also changing the narrative. How do we, in Africa, enable the environment to be more conducive, especially on the policy and regulatory side? So how do we allow these PPPs to access more and better private finance? And finally, what is the role of foundations and philanthropies, as well as ESG and climate funds? So how can PPPs increase their involvement, hence moving to the 4P? So I would like to now move to my distinguished panel. I would like to ask you to keep your answers brief, because we have limited time and I would really like to spend some time answering questions from the audience. If you can keep your answers to 3-4 minutes each, that would be great. There will be opportunities for all of you to address similar questions, but also for targeted questions. So I will now introduce each and every one of you. It is my great honor to welcome Dr. Wael Abouyade. Wael is a director in the country delivery team of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GAP. I don't know if that's the right acronym, the way to say it. He is an infrastructure development specialist with experience in infrastructure planning, financing, and implementation, particularly in the energy and climate sectors. He currently works on the development and implementation of programs designed to attract blended finance and private sector investment towards quality and climate resilient infrastructure for emerging economies. Welcome, a warm welcome to you, Wael. And I will now turn to Maria Nkonjera from the Africa Climate Foundation, so ACF. Maria is an economist with experience in evidence-based research in East and Southern African markets. Prior to her experience in the ACF, she held the position of economist at the Center for Competition, Regulation, and Economic Development. And she was more recently a senior research manager at the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa. Maria has led projects in areas of industrial development, regional integration, and inclusive finance. Maria, an honor to have you with us. I will now turn to Eugene Itua. Eugene is the facilitator of the Sustainability Policy Commission of Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. Eugene is the CEO of Natural Eco Capital, a sustainability consulting firm at the vanguard of promoting the integration of the emerging sustainability issues of circular economy, natural capital, low carbon development strategy, and sustainable and green financing. So warm welcome to you, Eugene. Last but certainly not least, Peter Attard Montalto. Peter is a macroeconomist with extensive experience analyzing the politics and the macroeconomics of developing countries. He has a broad experience covering other emerging markets over his career, including Central and Eastern Europe and the Middle East. And he has been spending an increasing amount of time covering Sub-Saharan African economies, and in particular, South Africa. Peter has worked with counterparts at the highest level of government and the private sector, supporting global investors with investment strategies and supporting innovation in their fiscal strategies. So I would now like to start officially our discussion and ask this opening question to all panelists. I'll ask Wael, then Maria, Eugene, and then Peter. So why is resilience and Africa's green transition a critical consideration in the context of PPPs and the continent's development? So you can base your response on a range of issues, sectors. So Wael, over to you, please.
Thank you for that. It's my pleasure to be here and to talk to everyone. So the word goes to the organizers of this. and everyone else, my co-panelists and everyone else listening. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to discuss PPPs in the African continent and how to scale them and how to improve them. Yeah, so as to the question, I think the easy answer to that is, well, all infrastructure needs to be resilient, right? Whether they're PPPs or not, whether they're publicly funded or not. But PPPs have specific, I'd say, exposure that makes it even more of a requirement that when you do PPP projects, you do have to build in the idea of resiliency and climate risks into them. For one thing, there is this general distrust in any kind of private sector participation in infrastructure, and something that is traditionally considered to be a government, sort of like obligation. And so when you have the private sector in there investing, especially in the African continent, there tends to be this public distrust of what the private sector is doing there, and maybe they're sort of taking advantage of the public and that sort of thing. So if you don't build in resiliency properly, and again, there are many different aspects of resiliency, as I'm sure we'll unpack, but say for climate risk, and then that particular project doesn't last as long as it should, because it's, sort of way or it's, poorly planned for whatever reason, chances are that will only increase the public distrust and find it hard to, do that, more PPP projects, and this will affect scaling, it will affect many other things down the line. So just for that reason alone, I would say it's a really compelling one to make sure that PPP projects don't have major risks unaccounted for, especially on the resiliency side. And then the second point I would say on that is, the PPPs tend to be long-lasting interventions where there's this long relationship between the private sector and the public. And so there's plenty of time actually over the lifetime of a long, asset, like 20, 30 years, for problems to appear. And again, if you don't plan properly and if you don't build in resiliency, especially climate-related ones, chances are at some point in the lifetime of that asset, you're going to get problems. And then it flows back to my first point where, the way the public will see a problem on a PPP asset that they were, that was kind of had some sort of private sector incentive over the long term, might be very different from the way they see a completely publicly financed project, where they might say, oh, it's, this government that was corrupt or that was incompetent, that did it wrong, and then the other government might do a better job. So let me rest it there. So that's as sort of like my 2 points on why, for PPPs, building resilience, especially from a green point of view, is super critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wales. Thank you for being precise, concise. I take that trust is one of our, is a very important keyword here. Trust goes with, resilient PPP, and you introduced, and I think rightly so, the idea that there's often mistrust of the private sector and of private capital, of their motives, especially in areas seen as, belonging to the state, like infrastructure. And you also spoke about unpacking risks. And I think this is doing that ex ante will avoid finger pointing later on. I'm going to turn to you, Maria. What's your take on this issue?
Thank you, Bethel, and thank you for having me be part of this discussion. I think in the context of building Africa's resilience, we need a pairing of different capabilities, and public and private stakeholders can bring to the table for the most impactful outcome. And it's important to identify the climate risk in key sectors, but also the opportunities, as you mentioned, that the transition brings. And I mean, we know communities, most of whom are highly vulnerable, are dependent on critical infrastructure systems that provide essential energy, water, or transport that ultimately underpin food and healthcare, for example. And if this infrastructure fails, the consequences can be devastating. So this ultimately becomes a development issue, as you rightfully pointed out in your introduction. Without repeating what Dr. Aboyade has already mentioned, more resilient infrastructure means more responsible financing and delivery of critical infrastructure that can prevent or mitigate against climate shocks. So how to put resilience into practice is becoming really important and can also generate tangible environmental, social, financial benefits, even for PPPs. And of course, another point is that PPPs become more relevant for resilience building or the green transition in the context of shrinking public resources. So harnessing private sector participation in infrastructure investment or raising capital from the private sector to deliver public goods through PPPs can drive the transition. And if you take the energy sector, for example, one amongst many reasons behind the lack of power in Sub-Saharan Africa is inadequate financing or investment for the expansion of infrastructure, whether distribution or transmission infrastructure. And with that comes an opportunity to climate-proof this infrastructure. And so PPPs can be viewed as important financial instruments for accessing finance for energy infrastructure projects, for example. And I think part of the attraction of PPPs are the traditional benefits. How successful they've been is probably a different discussion, but I think perhaps the issue is identifying what the key enablers and challenges are in the design and delivery of PPPs for building resilience. And in the context of the green transition, in my view, there's an opportunity for even civil society and other partners like philanthropy to work together with governments and corporate investors in making projects more sustainable and economic. And this also allows for a greater understanding and integration of the just or socioeconomic elements that we may be able to unpack later. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Well, you reiterated this is a development issue. There is a responsibility angle, that says those are in critical infrastructure for development. And you mentioned that harnessing private capital for public good should be seen as an opportunity, also because there is a constraint. Public finance is not going to be able on its own to address the financing needs of PPP and infrastructure. So I like also how you shift the narrative. It is an opportunity. And finally, you mentioned a various set of actors. I think we should see it again as not a forced marriage, but a willing, happy partnership. So again, thank you very much for these important points. I'm now going to turn to you, Eugene. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers of the program as well. In response to your question, I just wanted to acknowledge first and foremost that it is said by projection that by 2050, 4 persons of the world's population will be in a Sub-Saharan African country. What it implies is that as the population grows, the pace of infrastructure development, or even industry, commerce, and agriculture need to accelerate very soon. But unfortunately, we know that we have deficits in infrastructure development or even investment today. Well, and this is even worsened by the vagaries of climate change. On one hand, why the African countries are working so hard to show up what's the infrastructure investment, but unfortunately, on the other hand, the existing stocks are at the mercy or are vulnerable to extreme weather events. It is well acknowledged that Africa remains one of the world's most vulnerable and the least climate resilient regions, manifesting in all corners of the continent. What it implies is this, that Africa countries, as they try as much as possible to develop and build their infrastructure with an increased role for the private sector through the PPP that we're talking about, pragmatic, practical solutions to integrate the assessment of climate risk and resiliency opportunities have become very, very essential. With this, it is very possible to mainstream climate adaptation consideration in infrastructure developments and the enabling frameworks, particularly at the earliest stages of planning, design, and preparation. In addition, through this, it is possible to promote private sector awareness of this risk which so many of them do not even understand or even know at present. And of course, those investments in ensuring that they complement what the public sector is doing. In addition, I would like to say that such resiliency opportunities foster innovation and enabling condition for the private sector engagement throughout the project's life cycle of those PPP projects, because they would have embedded climate smart policy and operational procedures. With regard to the green transition, I'd like to say here that for me, the green transition is a growth model for addressing all these challenges you're talking about. It throws up how we can handle the climate change challenges, how we can work very well with the ideas or principles of circular and blue economy, how we can protect the biodiversity and natural resources, and of course, ensure food security and rural development. What about access to sustainable energy? And then developing transport solution. I'll tell you, yes, if we see it from that angle, then the PPP model is a brilliant way to go. They should encourage all of this as part of what they must give consideration. The green transition presents an opportunity, in short, to address climate risk, promote sustainable development, and create jobs. As we transition, of course, we know job creation is associated with it, green jobs. The green transition involves shifting towards low carbon and resource-efficient economies, reducing greenhouse gas emission, and promoting renewable energy. This approach can indeed help to reduce the vulnerability of African countries and help them to build resilience as they continue to promote economic growth. I would like to say in conclusion for this, that PPP, in ensuring that the model takes on consideration, will certainly support in sustainable infrastructure and services. So I would like to encourage that this element we just talked about be embedded in the PPP arrangement between all the parties that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. Very rich, opening remarks. I have noted that you've started with needs. There's going to be a boom in the population, and hence there's not going to be a choice. We need to address population growth, but we need to also address the severity of the climate change challenge. So you referred to opportunities, and like, again, how the narrative is being shifted, that the green transition is or has to become a growth model, an inclusive growth model. Therefore, I think you referred to a shift in paradigm that needs to happen, and that involves the creation of green jobs and so on. So thank you, because again, we're enriching, our list of what is it we need and what we need to think about and how we need to think about it. Peter, over to you on this very important question.
Thank you very much. I mean, for me, the way PPP sort of arrive as a solution set is really the fundamental need for scale here. I mean, we're talking about, World Bank estimates, which might well be underestimates of general infrastructure needs or gap of infrastructure needs for the continent of around, $48 to $50 billion per year. We're talking about individual country needs for the just energy transition, like South Africa, of a total of $100 billion in the coming 30 years alone. And I think without standardization, without best practice, legal certainty, commoditized financial products, basically, which is ultimately what a PPP in many cases and best practice like South Africa's REAP program can end up being, then it's exceptionally hard to achieve the scale that we need here. There are serious problems of availability of capital on the continent. We have to attract significant amounts of external financing into the continent to solve these infrastructure and transition needs. That's again where well-structured products like PPPs that are contained within sensible and transparent legal frameworks in countries really come into their own, I think, overall. But PPPs are also a public policy tool, let's not forget. And we've heard earlier from speakers about the just element. You can bring in public policy requirements, whether that's local content, whether that's economic development and social development spending into these kind of structures. I think the underutilization of PPP so far really comes from the fact that we're not currently seeing on the continent or even in a more developed financial market like South Africa, actually, the marrying up of a lot of modeling work, a lot of risk work around the need for resilient infrastructure from climate change, from rainfall change, flooding risk change, all those sorts of things. There's a huge richness of data and modeling out on those sorts of things that hasn't really been linked up in a systemic way yet with the actual project needs in countries and so on to financing. And I think that's really the opportunity that's before us to map up and to combine these sorts of risk maps with financing maps of where capital is actually needed, and provides an interesting point of departure for investors overall. So just to summarize, I think our concern when why we like PPPs here is the need for scale fundamentally to address some of these very, very big challenges in general in infrastructure on the continent, and specifically with reference to the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. We couldn't have dreamt of a better, opening question, because I think you've all provided very interesting different parts of the puzzle. You have referred to scale, which of course, and building also on what Eugene just said is going to be much needed. That's one of the main drivers, and the scarcity of funding. But you've also taken us to mentioning capacity and governance, and I think any enabling environment. And those are critical features that will also contribute to the resilience of these PPPs. So you've also referred to government being in a position while having private sector partners to retain stewardship and to bring in local content through policies. And finally, the need to link risk and financing maps. So I think you've all painted a very interesting and dense picture of how we make PPPs more resilient and work to address the climate challenge. I'm now going to turn back to you, Maria. So we're going to look into the state of finance flows into Africa. I'm going to ask a question to you, Maria, and then move over to you, Peter. So Maria, we've been hearing since this morning from our different speakers that climate finance flows are largely insufficient. What are, in your opinion, Africa's climate investment needs from the public and private sector? And what are the opportunities and challenges that the green transition represents for the continent, or for Sub-Saharan Africa, if you want to be more specific? Maria, over to you.
Thanks again. So just to paint the picture briefly, annual climate finance flows to Africa stand at approximately $30 billion US, which is only 12 to 13% of what is actually needed annually to implement nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, and meet 2030 climate goals. So the volume of climate finance flows are indeed grossly inadequate and also inequitable. So 60% of total climate finance is concentrated in 10 countries on the continent. And then the level of private sector financing is also much, much lower in Africa in comparison to other regions, even in the global South. So there seems to be low appetite for private financiers, and there could be various and well-known reasons for this, but the gap is significant. But also where the financing flows is important. The implementation of African countries' NDCs, for example, are contingent on receiving international financial and technical support, and the evidence shows that climate finance largely targets mitigation relative to adaptation, which is really critical for building Africa's resilience. And I think we often talk about increasing the quantum of finance, which is important, but the quality of finance is equally important. And what we need is finance on highly concessional terms. We also need to be able to leverage grant funding to unlock and accelerate additional funding from the private sector, for example, particularly given the context and that countries are already at high levels of debt distress and have no fiscal space to invest in climate resilience. The challenge is, and I think will continue to be, mobilizing finance at the scale and speed that is required. And also I say finance because I do think there's an important terminology issue when it comes to climate finance. And I think we need to start to integrate the question of climate finance within the broader global financial ecosystem of financing for development. And then lastly, in terms of opportunities, I think one notable one in the context of the green transition is leveraging NDC partnerships, so nationally determined contributions, and supporting countries to translate their climate ambitions into credible investment plans, which is essentially identifying opportunities to structurally transform carbon-intensive sectors or sectors at risk, like energy, like infrastructure, and then drive new sources of quality finance around that.
Thank you very much, Maria. Well, the picture you paint, although not necessarily rosy, is one where you basically there's not enough flows to address the challenges that we're faced with, and these flows are also very inequitable. You said they're concentrated in 10 countries. I would even go further and mention that a lot of communities are being ignored, bypassed, and that often if you just think of intersectionality, vulnerable groups, women and girls, youth are often not on the receiving end of these projects. You've also mentioned that there needs to be more international flows, concessional and not. And I think that's a very important point. And that we should add the climate finance much more forcefully into financing for development. It was when you said that, it struck me that in 2015, when the Addis hosted the Financing for Development conference, you had in parallel COP21. So now is the time to kind of bring together SDGs, the COP, and financing for development. Not because I'm French, but I'll still mention it. I think President Macron of France will convene a summit in June, a new financing pact. If you're interested, especially on the philanthropy side, do contact us because we're trying to bring philanthropic voices to that so that they're not ignored. So without further ado, and again, with thanks to you, Maria, for these very incisive reflection, I would like to turn to you, Peter. So still on finance, reflecting on the just transition in South Africa and in PPPs in South Africa more holistically, how can PPPs support ambitious delivery of initiatives, such as this one?
So I think that's where the REAP, which is the Renewable Energy IPP program, started in 2014, was so seminal. You had across the 4 initial rounds up in the first couple of years, you had about $20 billion deployed in a relatively standardized set of PPP frameworks across different rounds. The government made the choices around things like the just elements, as we would now call them. That terminology didn't exist back then. Economic and social spending, and these things, allowed first movers like banks in particular to get involved. And I think that's the lesson for the rest of the continent. You need a very strong banking sector that can take risk like this at an early stage of development of PPPs like this. But there are a lot of lessons from REAP for the rest of the continent and for the current South African transition. REAP stalled in South Africa in 2014 because of various policy and political changes around the role of renewables, the role of Eskom, the monopoly energy provider, and it actually stalled a lot of financial sector innovation. So we were waiting for these PPPs to be bundled up and put out to asset managers. That process stopped under the uncertainty. We had a lot of closing down actually of local content of manufacturers of wind towers and PV in the country, as well as the program stalled. And I think it really reinforces the point of predictability around programs for PPPs is incredibly important, and the fact that this is a sort of financial ecosystem evolution, right? You'll have first movers like us, like banks coming in that can be supported and partner with philanthropies or MFIs, and then they can pass them off into more liquid markets, into asset managers, etc. And we need to view, I think, PPPs and the financing of them as a process like that. This is just not a one bang and done around this sort of thing. We need the entire ecosystem that provides liquidity. The depth of financing allows then banks and other first movers actually to be innovative in these sorts of moves. But no, I mean, ultimately, it takes very strong policymakers, excuse me, strong policymakers to actually be able to design these things, to push them out. And that was one of the core lessons of the REAP process actually in South Africa, was led by Corine Breitenbach, a very strong ego and personality, very well known in the market, ultimately to make these things happen and achieve scale. And we shouldn't ignore that softer side of touch of these sorts of things as we think about them across the continent.
Thank you very much, Peter. So you've walked us through the ingredients. What does a successful, model of PPP require? Well, strong banking sector, strong policymakers, I think political will, and I would go as far as to say, strong will from all the stakeholders. So while we're not going to get into that right away, I would say, what does it say? What does that story say for countries with less capacities? How can that be translated? But we can maybe park that one for now. And I will now transition to talking about climate smart and resilient PPPs. So what are some successes, stories, opportunities that we can learn from and that can catalyze investment at scale? So I'm going to turn to you, Wale. I've been butchering your name and I apologize for that. As somebody whose name is often butchered, I can tell you, you're probably like me, very insensitive to it, but I would like still to note that you're Wale, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. So Wale, why don't you now tell us that given the massive capital requirements and need for innovation in climate smart infrastructure, how are PPPs placed or not placed to help in implementation? The floor is yours.
Thanks, Bathil. I hope I said your name right. No, but it's, no need to apologize at all. It's a common mistake. Yeah, no, really good question on the role of PPPs in implementation of, climate smart and resilient infrastructure largely. And, the number of thoughts come to mind, but I think one is they do have a massive role. So it's definitely not that they don't. And some of them, you can think of it in what PPPs actually bring to the topic. And, the most often mentioned one is they bring in finance that, we have this infrastructure gap, which some other co-panelists has talked about, infrastructure financing gap, sorry. As we've all read the reports. So the need to bridge that gap and bring finance from a PPP matters. How do you implement this without the money? But I think beyond that, there's also the expertise, right? And know-how that the private sector can bring. And I think that that's probably even more critical, or just as critical as the finance that they're able to bring to helping the public sector or society at large implement climate smart and resilient, infrastructure projects. And this cannot be underestimated, even though there is still, the other issue of how to make that long lasting and how to make it scale and how to get broader societal acceptance in principle that the private sector has a role to play here. But I think the more the public sector opens up to the expertise and the know-how that the private sector can bring in, not just, in the actual building and the engineering of this, different types of infrastructure, but also in the planning of it, in the way that regulations are set. I think that certainly there's scope here for the private sector and for PPPs as a model, right, of delivering infrastructure. And there are many good examples of how PPPs have done this, across countries. And the energy sector, that's, where I play, the space I play in the most currently is a good example where, almost every African country now has or is planning IPP projects where independent power producers coming into a sector that normally didn't have that kind of private sector involvement. But now it's almost normal to for IPPs to exist in even the more difficult markets, right? The government now understands that IPP has a role to play in building, operating, and in planning, building, and operating power plants, especially renewable energy power plants, which then comes back to the point of being climate smart. And because the private sector can, and especially using PPPs, can do this fast, can do this quicker than government traditionally does. They bring that, they fill that key gap in implementation. And another example in the energy sector we've seen that is really exciting is, further down the supply chain beyond generation. So IPPs help in, supplementing generation capacity, but then you still have that power still needs to be transmitted, it still needs to be distributed. And we're increasingly seeing the private sector play a role here, not necessarily at the large national scales, although that's, something happening to a level, but for, addressing things like rural electrification in rural communities. So we're finding mini grids being adopted, and many of them are driven by the private sector through PPP type arrangements where the government provides a concession to some private partner and they build out generation plants, but also the distribution assets to distribute them to people. And in fact, many people believe that, that role of the private sector in building out this mini grid is going to be critical in this particular area of infrastructure in terms of extending energy access, which, I think my colleagues mentioned earlier, Africa is way, way behind on that. And so there's almost no way, it seems, some people, that you can do this without PPPs, and especially using the mini grids as an example. And there are many other, sort of like examples in the water sector where you've seen the private sector show the way in how they can, much more quickly and much more efficiently implement PPP projects, infrastructure projects, or water infrastructure projects using the PPP approach. And I think that there's lots of lessons that we can learn from that, just to reward. And again, one of that is this idea to bring in value for money considerations in the planning of these PPPs. There needs to be some economic efficiency built in, which wasn't a question that was always asked thoroughly from the public sector side. When public sector is going to just go out and build, real network or build this, they didn't ask very carefully what's the, is this value for money? Does this make sense? Should we be building this rather than the other project? But when you have to do it through a PPP, it then brings out that thinking, because the government is a lot more careful, going back to the issue of trust, around not giving the private sector a free lunch. And of course, the private sector is incentivized to want to bring in economic efficiencies into this, that those questions are now asked and brought in. And hopefully that kind of discipline can go back into even completely publicly funded projects, where even on that, the public sector can start to ask itself, how can we make these projects more economically efficient, which hopefully then will be a critical component of the climate smart and resilient PPPs. The last point I'll make on this, over back to you, Matthew, is that bringing in, introducing climate and resilient sort of like aspects into infrastructure actually makes it a little bit more complicated, right? You're adding one other layer of complexity into an already difficult space that, African countries have struggled with. And so we need to bring our best. We need to bring our best minds. We need to bring more money to be able to add. Once you have one layer of complexity, you do add risks to things. And working with the private sector is a good way to, harvest the best minds from the continent and from outside to addressing this issue. Because again, it's a bit more complicated now that you have to sort of like account for that risk. So thank you. Those are the thoughts I have on this particular point.
Thank you so much, Wale. So you've provided a very interesting picture of, what do PPPs bring? Again, when you think climate smart and resilient PPPs, so kind of how do we unpack? Well, first of all, we've all mentioned it, financing gaps, but it goes better. I like that you said, without the finance, you don't go anywhere. So consider that our kind of basis to engage. And then you mentioned expertise of the private sector know-how and capacity, and thinking about capacity here again is quite important. Ownership and acceptance of the public. So you bring it again, governance comes back, into this unpacking. You mentioned that the private sector brings economic efficiency. And I think focus on impact, focus on results, and agreeing on KPIs, is really part of what is going to make these ventures successful. You mentioned the private sector is also more and more involved in the delivery, energy access in particular. It's true. I mean, the delivering also on the last mile, is not always something the government can do. And finally, I think you were honest enough to recognize that there is a large layer of complexity that's added when you bring in the climate and the resilience component into the equation. So we're now faced with a multi-dimensional model that, we've unpacked quite well. So now, we just have to do it. Thank you very much. Again, Wale, I'm going to turn for this round back to Eugene. I hope Eugene is still with us, although not on camera. Oh, fantastic. So Eugene, from your Nigerian experience, who needs to come to the table and what do they need to bring if they are to help support climate smart and resilient PPPs? Over to you, Eugene.
Well, thank you very much. I think so many stakeholders need to come on board for this. We have the government that needs to be on board. The government provides the enabling environment, provides the relevant legislation, regulations, and what have you, so that there will be comfort for everyone. We also need the private sector. The private sector, of course, provides that capacity when it comes to issues of research and development, innovation, and indeed, what we have been talking about today, finance. We also need to bring in the CSOs who will ensure that what is being done is done well by all the parties. Will the government fail to adhere to its own part of an agreement for a PPP project? We've seen that on the African continent, government pulling out of an agreement. The CSOs will raise their voices. The CSO will ensure that the tenets of such agreements are followed. What about the international development partners? They're also there to support. And indeed, we do know that a number of them are mobilizing resources to support the African continent. So all of these stakeholders are relevant to ensuring that we bring about very good PPP projects that have climate consideration in whatever it is that they are doing. Take note that the additional, like Wale had said earlier, the additional layer of climate risk needs to be assessed. Needs to be first and foremost identified and assessed. Otherwise, the PPP stability may not even be there. So there is need for the capacity of those within the African continent to be built. These stakeholders we're talking about, deliberately building the capacity with regard to ensuring that the climate element is well mainstreamed in what is being done. I will give you an example of what has been done on the, here in Nigeria. I'm aware of what one of the subnationals is doing. Kaduna State. Kaduna State is deliberately wanting to include climate risk in their overall PPP projects. And the World Bank supported them in developing relevant toolkits. That assignment was handled by PwC. I was the technical lead on that very assignment. And so we supported the state to develop relevant toolkits that can enable them to screen their projects, climate screen their projects, and of course, even the opportunities they are beyond the risk. How they can screen all of that and ensure that they include that. So all these stakeholders are relevant. We must bring everyone on board. Of course, we do not want to start unpacking who within the various groups of stakeholders we just identified, who needs to be there? Everyone needs to be there. Take note, one other thing, the community. I didn't mention that alongside the CSO, need to be there as well to provide the local knowledge for whatever project that is coming up and how, of course, they can provide a social license for such projects to operate and indeed make it more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eugene. So you've given us kind of you've unpacked who needs to be around the table, what they need to bring for it to work for everyone to be at their best comparative advantage. So of course, the government, the enabling environment, that's critical, regulations, legislation, and political will, stewardship. The private sector, we're starting to see now that it's much more than the checkbook. Capacities, R&D, the local private sector is critical here too, on innovation. You've mentioned CSOs and the communities. This is essential. They're going to act as watchdogs and provide accountability and hold the government sometimes to account on its commitments. The international development partners, they need to help in mobilizing resources and again, bringing the climate angle into financing for development. And philanthropy. I'm glad you brought up philanthropy. Well, we've discussed it this morning. The philanthropy can bring risk capital, but can also provide other, like the private sector, R&D, innovation. So again, and you finished by saying that the climate risk needs to be assessed naturally. So I think we're seeing more and more why we've been looking at both opportunities and risks, because they have to be taken into account in this complex equation that we're starting to draw. I will now turn to a specific example that will not have escaped you. It was all over the news, the Giving to Amplify Earth Action, which was announced in Davos and is aimed to leverage philanthropic capital to help generate $3 trillion estimated to be needed each year from public and private sources to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. So I'm going to ask you, Maria, and then Wale, what is the role of philanthropy, when we look at Gaia, as it's called by its nickname, and how can this be deployed in Africa? What are the specific that we should keep in mind given the context? So I'll turn to you first, Maria. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I think there are different avenues that philanthropy could play or be leveraged in this space. Philanthropic funding can be a valuable slice of the finance for development pie. The resources are modest. I think it's important to highlight that in light of the magnitude of the need for the green transition. But if used strategically and tactfully, could help crowd in additional pools of capital or investment flows in a manner that maximizes the impact that philanthropy could have, and therefore contribute to the broader picture of resource flows on the continent. We know that countries need sources of funding that are long-term, patient, and risk tolerant, as already been mentioned. And without going into the discussion of risk, philanthropy can essentially invest in climate solutions that lack market support. And I think the value of philanthropic capital as well is also that it can be deployed across the spectrum. So from grants to concessional investments, which means that there are multiple points of entry that these endowments can bring. We're seeing big philanthropic organizations slowly move to fill the venture capital gap in energy transformation, for example. With that said, I think it's important for philanthropic investments to be very well targeted in order to generate the greatest benefits. And so understanding the local context to support clean energy pathways or adaptation and resilience, for instance. And I think finally, philanthropy has and can play a very important role in the implementation of NDCs, which I alluded to earlier, and in particular fostering the Just Energy Transition Partnership for South Africa as an example, which really demonstrate the ambition or potential of philanthropy to be part of advancing a green transition. More than that, I think that there's an important lesson to learn from this. The transition requires us to think about socioeconomic elements that traditional PPPs might not necessarily attend to. There are sometimes concerns about the social risks or benefits of a particular PPP endeavor, but the nature of philanthropy and its mandate could address some of these inequities and ground or root socioeconomic or community-focused elements that should be part and parcel of a just transition. So if we think about the 4 Ps, philanthropic organizations have a crucial role to play, because at the end of it, green development entails the provision of a public good. And although there is still much to be done, I think philanthropic support has the potential to engage in coalitions with governments and other donors and civil society organizations in this regard. There's 1 or 2 questions in the chat that speak to some of my inputs, but I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I'm hoping we will have time for this at the end. Thank you very much for bringing in the fourth P in our equation. So, as you said, resources from philanthropy, are still quite modest compared to other sources of private capital. That said, it's patient and risk tolerant capital. It's there's a possibility for this to fail. There's again, a risk dimension that you wouldn't find from ODA providers. As you said, also philanthropy brings grants, but also concessional investments, development impact bonds. There is a number of tools that philanthropy is becoming more and more agile with. And you said that, again, they also help in the implementation of NDCs. And their role in the Just Energy Partnership in South Africa, has been critical. So philanthropy finally allows us to move into, some of these socioeconomic elements. They can be, especially local philanthropies, are grounded with beneficiaries, and they can take these considerations into account, especially when they're closest to the communities that they serve. I would like now to ask the same question to Wale. So Wale, the floor is yours.
I mean, Maria has said it all. She's finished the lunch. As I go. But no, I agree with every single word. And there's very little else to add. I think maybe just to counteralize some of the points, especially around the quantum of funding that philanthropies have. It is it's small in the relative scale of things, and certainly the scale of the need, or the scale of the actual finance flows that's possible from, say, DFIs or the private sector, or what the governments, the public sector themselves put to this. But then again, as she's also said, it's not insignificant how much what philanthropists can do, even if the quantum of cash they can bring to the table is small. But the other thing I'll say is it's actually increasing, and there are moves like GEA that are really trying very hard to mobilize more philanthropy resources, because about 810 billion last year, 2021, according to some reports, flowed from philanthropies to sort of like development projects, and less than 2% out of that went to climate smart or climate friendly projects. So even within the total sort of like philanthropic flows, a lot more greening can happen. We could do a lot. We can increase the level to which we were trying to do more smart projects. And my organization is a result of the push to increase that funding, right? And similar for Jep, Maria's organization. So yeah, only about 2% of that 800 came to climate, and an even smaller percentage, just only less than 5% out of that came to Africa. So what actually we get to see in Africa from philanthropy is much smaller than it is. So I would say that there needs to be an internal discussion within philanthropies, which is happening again through initiatives like GEA, to actually increase, the proportion of philanthropic giving that comes to climate projects in Africa, and that's really something to be said. But again, like Maria said, in addition to just the money, it's also what the money can do. That actually, might be what you say makes philanthropy given, more, impactful dollar to dollar, because it can be so flexible. But I'll say some of the other things we're really thinking about doing is using our money to, like I say, be flexible. Grants attract more traditional capital, but to also work on the delivery side. It's one thing to pump up the money, but helping governments deliver, because like you said, we have local philanthropies, for example, that we work with that are closer to the ground, closer to the people, and the ability to working with them and the ability to support governments in delivery is, I would say it's an advantage that philanthropies have and needs to do a whole lot more going forward. And the other point I would also say is, philanthropies have a voice globally, especially the big ones, and they can, make do better when it comes to influencing and advocating for things like equity and inclusiveness in countries to make sure that, no one is left behind in this infrastructure growth, and especially around PPPs. And a good example of where that is happening is in the just energy transition debate. And in South Africa, philanthropy is playing a really key role in helping governments think through how to be more inclusive as they plan for, and as money is is flowing more and more for just energy transition types of projects. You don't want to leave and have a chance to create something new with some of this climate money that is flowing in. Let's make sure that, we bring in gender, we bring in youth, we bring in marginalized or vulnerable communities so that they can benefit just as much, not just as, downstream beneficiaries, but upfront in the planning and in the delivery of this project. So yeah, I think that we philanthropists can do a lot more. And the last point I'll say on that is that we can do more in terms of enabling dialogues like this. Working with all the other partners and stakeholders, convening to the extent that we can, so that we can bring people together to talk and bring people together again in an inclusive way. The right voices are in a room and they can share their thoughts as well. So these are some of the things that I think that we can do as philanthropists, in addition to the brilliant points that Maria mentioned.
Thank you, Wale. Very interesting points. Again, pointing to the need for philanthropy to help with regards to capacity and delivery. In that respect, I'd like to mention the Africa Capacity Building Foundation. That's now linked to the African Union. They are supposed to help government with their capacity. And I think this is going to be more and more a model that philanthropy will have to follow, helping with capacity and delivery, especially domestic philanthropy. You mentioned advocacy, which is another very important function that philanthropy can provide, and that philanthropy helps leave no one behind. I think I would summarize it like that. So breaking silos, finally, we cannot say it enough. We need to bring communities together. I would finish by saying that this Gaia initiative and the announcement, I think, is doing a lot of good in terms of putting the spotlight that these large-scale investments are needed, they're possible, and more and better funding and partnerships should come to support PPPs in Africa. So I'm going to now turn to what are the key blockages, because we've kind of evoked that, of course, it's not once you've mastered the ingredients, well, there are still important blockages along the way. So if we agree, again, that there are some blockages and barriers to realizing these PPPs at national, regional, or international level, what are they? What are these key blockages? And could we consider that ESG is also a blockage, that the ESG requirements, or is that an added value in designing PPPs, and especially the 4 Ps? So Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think it links back to the last question actually very well. I mean, philanthropies are doing what I call, the boring but really interesting actually stuff of getting involved in the real nuts and bolts, right, of how you actually unblock a lot of the problems for PPPs, particularly at subnational level. I mean, in South Africa, Mpumalanga is basically unbankable for a lot of projects with the province, with municipalities, which are going to be worst hit by the just energy, well, by the transition, I should say, from coal, given that's where most coal assets are actually faced. It's people like philanthropies who are really getting stuck in there in a relatively nimble manner compared to traditional forms of funding. So, I mean, I think what really comes out here is the capacity at the level you're implementing your projects is incredibly important. A lot of the transition is going to be at local level. A lot of it's about labor issues, social issues, community issues at a local level, which require municipalities and sub-national levels, or should, I should say, require those levels of government to be efficient in terms of how those projects actually work. I would say that the politics and political will, which you touched on earlier, I think the problem on some of these calls, sometimes we can assume we're on a straight line of travel to 2050 to net zero. That's definitely not the case. We're seeing a lot of pushback, in terms of technology types, in terms of the pace of transition, in the debate between the North and the South, to put it crudely. And in general, in highly complex policy issues like PPPs, that's definitely not helpful, especially because a lot of the PPP work, whether it's in terms of mitigation or adaptation, are hugely reliant on other issues, whether it's transmission policy, whether it's the opening up of grids, of wheeling issues, all these sorts of things that are required, changes in labor laws, those sorts of things are required for changing labor markets. There are huge downstream complications that come from a lot of this work. I think, which takes time and patience and a pretty stable political environment as well. We should also not forget that we need a stable tax regime. We've seen in Europe, maybe more than Africa so far, that renewables projects have got caught up in tax problems off the back of how market pricing for electricity does work, where renewables gets paid basically what gas gets paid. That's happened. That debate's kicked off in Europe in particular. There are these sort of unknown risks that come out, I think, as the market develops overall. So there are a range of these sort of new blockages, in addition to what I would say are the usual sorts of things of, as we said, rule of law, governance, all those sorts of things coming in. Just on ESG, I think, I'm a big skeptic of ESG as useful in terms of project design, in terms of funding design. I think sticking an ESG label on something does not give you that much access to capital or additional capital. We really want to be targeting with PPPs in Africa, big, boring asset managers, right? That are vanilla, that are benchmarked, that don't, necessarily have an ESG label on their funds, but may well have carbon envelopes and that kind of thing buried within various of their terms and conditions. And so I think we have to be very mindful of not sort of disappearing down a rabbit hole with a relatively small amount of assets under management versus the scale of funding. Coming back to that scale issue, we need to be targeting those bigger, more vanilla people. And yeah, you can put, after you've designed a well-designed project, you can put an ESG wrap around the outside and make it all shiny. That's fine, but I don't think it should be a distraction.
I like that, you took a strong stance here. So, well, you talked to us about the, that philanthropy can help unblock some of the blockages in the 4 Ps. You also mentioned, and I think this is, coming back time and again, that localization is critical. So if philanthropy can also come in support of PPPs, it has to be from a local angle. So that's, to me, brings the question of the models, because when you have a big centralized philanthropy, that becomes a bit difficult. So you might have to partner with local foundations. You mentioned politics, of course, the governance framework, but also tax regimes, which is part of the enabling environment. And in this constrained fiscal space, the ability, the margin for maneuver of governments becomes very small, and you cannot expect that the population, that you can enlarge your fiscal revenue, especially at times of an energy crisis, of inflation. And finally, well, you wouldn't play the ESG card to raise capital, fair enough, because basically this is not the card that will seduce the big asset managers that we need to have on board. I very much appreciate these, this very honest and insightful remarks. I will turn to Eugene again to ask him to unpack for us the key blockages that he sees in the 4 Ps.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say here that ESG consideration can be both barrier, blockage, and can also serve as added value in designing PPP projects. Of course, it depends on how these are approached. The on the one hand, regarding ESG as a barrier, if they are not taken on board early enough, they become issues. In fact, a number of the project proponents have seen this, especially from the private sector angle, that these are additional costs. Sometimes the government itself fails to even adhere to the tenets of the ESG. That in itself is an issue. And then for the private sector, for example, if the project requires significant investment in renewable energy or energy efficient technologies, some may be hesitant to participate as they see these to be undue additional costs or risk that they may not even want to manage. Of course, there are some ESG factors that may be difficult to quantify and manage, which could make it even harder to secure financing or support for the projects. Generally, we talk about policy issues. Poor policy implementation is another challenge. And then lack of awareness of the good benefits of ESG to business and to climate is also another challenge that I have seen. So much has been said in the area of policy, consistency, a lack of trust between the private sector and the government. All of that are hindrances. But then, as in considering it as an added value in designing PPP projects, I would like to say that if ESG factors are integrated into the project's design and planning from the outset, they can help to reduce long-term costs and risk. Recall earlier I talked about, for instance, social license to operate, especially within the African continent. This is very relevant. We also want to talk about increasing project resilience and sustainability, and then enhancing the project's reputation. All these are added value to such projects. ESG considerations can help to attract investors who are increasingly focused on sustainable investments, and indeed are willing to pay a premium for projects that deliver positive environmental and social outcomes. ESG, I would like to say, or ESG factors can also help promote stakeholder engagement and trust, which can be very crucial in ensuring the partnership's success. In terms of, again, seeing it as added value, I want to say that if the parties going into an agreement are not going into that agreement with that trust, then there will be challenges in the future with such projects. It is inherently paradoxical to enter a climate-related PPP with an organization whose business principles are not channeled towards ensuring environmental friendliness, sustainability, and so on and so forth. So for me, I would like to say that ESG is very relevant. Whatever the blockades are, we must work towards ensuring that they are removed. Build the relevant capacity to be able to see that these issues are dealt with. Help the government to understand that, look, you're deliberately ensuring that there's policy somersault. It's not helping. You want the development aspiration for your people. And on the other hand, you are putting some challenges. The players need to be helped to understand that, look, this is not friendly, as far as we know, to modern society. So to maximize the benefit of ESG consideration, it is essential to integrate them into the project's design, planning from the outset, like I've said, and to engage with the relevant stakeholders so that there will be proper alignment with their values and expectations. By doing so, I would like to say that PPP project can deliver long-term benefit for all stakeholders, while at the same time mitigating the risk and costs associated with such projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. We couldn't have staged it better because we heard, that it's not necessarily a panacea, but you've highlighted how ESG actually can add value provided it is integrated into project design, provided that participants, come at it genuinely, and that that can lower the costs later on and lower the risks. And it's also in terms of reputation. This is where one could argue, is ESG a beauty contest or, a kind of a joker card that you need, or, does that actually convey real value and real engagement? And especially on gender considerations, dear panelists. So I will do the following now. We're going to skip a question in the interest of time, a question on COP. I'm sure we can manage to then jump to our last closing reflection so that we close on time. I would like to ask you, if you had a magic wand, what would you like to see in this space if you could do anything? And you can use the opportunity to also reflect on a comment or a question you've seen in the chat. If there is something burning, now is your time. But imagine you have a magic wand. What are 3 things you want to see in that space to foster, just green PPPs in Africa? So I will start with you, Maria.
Thank you, Bethela. I think these conversations are extremely important in building an African homegrown dialogue, and certainly need to continue. I think there's one thing that I would really like to see more in these discussions is around the debt issue in the Global South and how to integrate it into discussions around PPP structures and the green transition more generally. I don't think we can talk about financing a green transition without addressing the debt vulnerability and sustainability challenges that many African countries are faced with today. So we need to address the key climate related risks on the continent and scale finance for Africa in forms that do not increase its debt burden. And maybe just quickly go to a question on the chat, which I think I did sort of address, but just to re-emphasize, there was a question on how to link NDCs and the point that adaptation is what Africa needs because emissions are low. And this is exactly where the challenge is, because NDC targets both mitigation and adaptation activities, but there's very low appetite for financing adaptation. And I think, again, on NDC, South Africa's Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is of course not perfect, offers useful lessons around how to leverage NDC ambitions to develop a bankable project pipeline in key sectors and link that to attracting funding of all sorts from multiple sources. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Debt vulnerability and, putting that into the equation of the climate finance narrative is indeed a very important point we hadn't raised as much. So thank you very much for bringing it up. Wale, what would you do with your magic wand? And, is there any other comment or a question you'd like to address before we wrap this excellent panel?
Yeah, no, thanks. I echo Maria's thoughts on the usefulness of this discussion. And I hope everyone else has at least gained something. I've definitely learned something from some of my other colleagues. So this has been great. In terms of magic wand, I think, in support, one additional thing I'll think of is that if there's a way we could all really give attention, and when I say we, I mean the broader stakeholders around PPP and PPP financing, to help countries really build capacity in a much deeper way, and that should be more impactful and at scale than we're currently doing. Because the scale of the needs, especially at subnational level, I think it was Peter that brought that up earlier, not just at national, but at provincial and local government level, is massive. And there are still many municipalities or local governments that don't really know what's coming at them. They have, there's this still knowledge gap between and the ability to plan for it and the ability to actually, and that's critical before you can even get to the point of attracting PPPs. Otherwise, we have this constant risk of ideas continue to be almost supply driven, coming from the outside into these communities because they're not quite, their capacity is not built yet up to be able to understand the issues well, and in the kind of way that financiers like, the kind of language, that the world, that capital likes, and then designing solutions again that capital can fund. And so filling that gap will be my magic wand. I would need to sort of like pull everything we have to address that issue. Thank you.
A very, very important point. So after debt vulnerability, bridging the capacity gap, which, as you say, is a prerequisite even before the finance for attracting PPPs. So thank you for bringing that up. I would just say, with my cynical French mind, that unfortunately, this is not the sexiest. So this is why it will remain a bit of a challenge, because, it's cool as a foundation to claim that, you've brought water to a community, but building capacity, it doesn't go so well on an annual report. Anyways, I hadn't cracked a joke yet, which is, I'm known for my bad jokes. So here you go. You don't need to laugh. Now I'm going to turn to Eugene. Eugene, what do you do with your magic wand? Maybe with your magic wand, you can turn your phone so that we see you as you are in real life. Thank you. And what would you do with your magic wand? And what else would you like to finish with? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think generally what we're looking at is an approach that moves us from climate risk to climate opportunities, so that we can attract climate smart investment in Africa through PPP. And I think that was one of the key highlights of this session, that we must change the narrative. In changing the narrative, we just have to understand that climate change has introduced additional risk to PPP projects. Recall, these are not properly assessed, addressed, transferred, or that the risks are shared among parties. This may indeed compromise the project's value for money and the overall PPP suitability. So there is need to develop the relevant instrument that can assist to screen projects. I know that, for instance, Africa Development Member had developed a guidance note on mainstreaming climate change in lines of credit, especially supporting the DFIs on the African continent. They can adapt that. Such tools, I dare say, will assist in ensuring that, as much as we understand that African climate, the countries on the African continent are vulnerable, we can use those instruments to ensuring that we're able to deal with such risk. And of course, the opportunity harness them. That it can also ensure that the task of structurally efficient, long-term, 20 to 30 years PPP contracts become less complicated if we add this to the layer of what we're doing, and then using such instruments to screen. Recall that we are talking about the capacity. How do we technically upscale the capacity of those of us with the African continent? There's need for that. The regulations as well have been, so much has been said by virtually everyone on this. Regulation need to be in place to protect investments into the climate economy of Africa, and indeed compel critical stakeholders.
Eugene, we're going to have to wrap, because I'm being
Thank you very much. So
time.
that is it.
Thank you.
And so that was my last point indeed.
Thank you, Eugene. I think, judging by the enthusiasm and the amount of, exchanges we have on this panel, we could have continued a long time. I'd like to give Peter an opportunity to say what he would do with his magic wand. We've heard Eugene, he would turn the narrative and bring trust, which is probably the most valuable commodity to grease the wheels of the 4 Ps. So Peter, what are your last famous words for this panel?
Sure, no, my colleagues have said most things already. So my sort of slightly left field thing is my magic wand would square the circle or break the circle of asset managers and banks demanding pipelines, and then governments and projects demanding to see where the asset managers are. I think this is still a core problem here around PPPs, especially for the just transition, especially for the social aspects of just transition. We just don't actually have the examples yet. I think the magic wand would help short circuit that. Unfortunately, we have a lot of very hard work to do. Instead, we don't have our magic wand, but we need projects where people taking the risk on the projects from MFIs, IFIs, the capacity there to deliver these early projects from philanthropies. That's ultimately going to be the hard or helping the hard work rather than our magic wand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think you've all done an amazing job. If all conferences could be of that quality and engagement, I think one of the conclusions I have for this panel is we need more discussions like that, indeed, to break the silos and to try and think collectively how we can go past these hurdles. I will now hand over back to my colleagues. I see Prima on the screen, and I would like to extend my gratitude to WAPPP for having us, and to Alan Wallace from ACF for his help in preparing this panel. Thank you, distinguished panelists. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure. And Prima, back to you. I wish you an excellent rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Bathil, and the rest of the team. That was a very, very insightful discussion. And thank you for telling us what you do with your magic wands. Very interesting way to end the session. At this point, we're going to move to a very interesting discussion that is hosted by the Africa Legal Support Facility. Our moderator is already in the room, and that's Shaina Salman, who's a legal counsel with the ALSF. This session will cover provision of government guarantees to de-risk PPPs. So over to you, Shaina, and the rest of the panel.
Thank you, Prima. May I ask the panel to turn on their cameras, please? Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. As Prima mentioned, my name is Shaina Salman, and I am legal counsel at the African Legal Support Facility. For those of you who don't know us, the ALSF, as we're known, is an international organization that provides commercial creditor litigation, advisory services, and capacity building and knowledge management to African governments facing complex commercial transactions. The facility's mandate is aimed at achieving sustainable legal capacity in Africa, and in order to do so, we assist governments in transactions in energy and power, mining and extractives, sovereign finance, and public-private partnerships and infrastructure. The facility has partnered with the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals, or the WAPPP, to bring you a poignant discussion on the provision of government guarantees to de-risk PPPs as part of the WAPP's Sub-Saharan Africa Day. Allow me to welcome you to this session, and thank you very much for tuning in. The world we live in today is drastically different from when the very first public-private partnerships were implemented. While some maintain that the first ever PPPs have been traced back to the Roman Empire in Europe, PPPs in Africa, at least the most modern definition of PPPs, which we will discuss later, are no more than a few decades old at most, with some citing the earliest PPPs in Africa as taking place in the late 90s. If we follow the trend of legislation development in support of PPPs, otherwise known as the PPP legal frameworks, many would even think the first implemented PPPs, the first PPPs in Africa, were implemented in the early 2000s. 20 years ago, although it had its own share of burdens, the African continent had not yet experienced a COVID-19 pandemic. Inflation was lower, and the continent had not yet seen the levels of development we are seeing today. More specifically, the continent had not yet experienced PPPs at their best and at their worst. Today, many countries have seen the peak of PPPs and the benefits they also bring, and also understand what it can mean when PPPs fail. Sovereign guarantees, which were once considered an automatic expectation, are today the subject of extensive negotiation. governments are more cautious and have a high bargaining power to do so. Gone are the days when sovereign guarantees were an automatic expectation. With governments now traversing a new frontier, PPPs are still being considered a risky investment to many investors. We've heard it all before: preoperative risks, construction risks, operation risks, and the greatly renowned force majeure risk. With governments less willing to oblige with guarantees, and with risks being an integral part of the PPP model, how can PPPs be de-risked outside of the provision of government guarantees? Is it possible to do so? Should governments be negotiating the extent to which they're guaranteeing projects as opposed to refusing to provide guarantees altogether? And how do we achieve the famous value for money with the ideal risk allocation without needing guarantees? Our discussion today will feature 4 excellent panelists of different backgrounds, presenting their personal views of the subject, gathered based on years of experience working on PPPs and IPPs on the continent, excuse me. In alphabetical order, we will have Ms. Haruperi Mumbengegwi. Haruperi is a transaction lawyer experienced in advising on development, procurement, and structuring of infrastructure projects. She has worked with private sector sponsors, African governments, and multilateral development banks. She's legal counsel at the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, better known as MIGA, which is part of the World Bank Group. Haruperi previously worked at the ALSF in heading the energy sector portfolio and advising African governments and their agencies on the negotiation of IPP projects and government support. Next, we will have Mr. Jim Mugunga. Jim is a certified PPP communications and divestiture specialist with a wide range of private and public sector experience spanning over 30 years. Jim is the executive director of the PPP unit in Uganda. Next is Dr. George Nwangu. Dr. Nwangu has over 2 decades of experience as a lawyer, spanning various aspects of legal practice and academia in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom. He served as head of strategy at the Bureau of Public Enterprise in the Nigerian presidency. Dr. Nwangu was also a PPP coordinator and head of the PPP division, Federal Ministry of Finance in Nigeria, and special advisor to the coordinating minister of the economy on infrastructure, finance, and PPPs. Dr. Nwangu is currently associate professor at the Faculty of Law, Nile University, and manages Ratio Consulting. And last but not least, we have Ms. Beatrice Nyabira. Beatrice is the head of projects, energy, and restructuring practice at IKM in Kenya. With over 18 years experience, she is specialized in projects, energy, and restructuring, and has acted for clients across the value chain, including public sector entities, commercial lenders, and project sponsors in PPP's infrastructure, energy, and public procurement. Her cross-border reach covers 21 jurisdictions in Africa. Finally, allow me to cover a few ground rules. It is important that I reiterate that while the persons on the panel are expressing their views, the views expressed are their own and not representative of the organizations where they work. Each panelist will be addressed a question relating to the topic. They will have about 2 minutes to answer. Other panelists may also rebut for a minute. I have the unfortunate role of being your timekeeper in addition to being your moderator. Finally, the question and answer box is open for you, so please ask some questions. Some will be answered live and others at the end of the session, time permitting. So without further delay, let's kick off the webinar. So my first question is a general question, and I think it sets the stage for the discussion that we are going to have. So for purposes of the panel, PPPs are defined in the broadest possible terms, meaning it assumes that there are significant risks and responsibilities borne by the private agent under a long-term relationship. Given this definition, what risks do you believe government is best able to take in a PPP transaction? Dr. Nwangu, I'll call on you first.
Thank you, Shaina. Thank you for, it's a really pleasure being here. Thank you very much. I would say that when we talk risk, I mean, generally it's assumed that risk should be taken by the party that is best able to manage the risk or deal with that risk. And so based on that premise, in Africa, I think there are certain risks that we feel that the public sector should assume because it's best able to deal with that risk. And when you talk about risk management, it always has to do with how a party, you want to optimize results in that project. So how a party is able to deal with those risks is important. So I will start with the most obvious, which is political risk. If I was to say it, most obvious would be political risk because of course it's within the control of government. Government's best able to deal with those risks. Government's best able to manage the outcome of that risk. The other one I would like to mention is site acquisition risk, because if government is to contribute land in a project, then the government it's best that there are things like site conditions. There are things because you really do not know what to expect. When you start tilling into the land, you don't know what will come out of it. So I think that risk should belong to government naturally as well. The public sector should also look at another risk that comes to mind is exchange rate risk. That has been very, very problematic recently because of after post-COVID or during COVID and post-COVID, most currencies within the continent have had significant devaluation against the dollar. And it usually distorts the financial dynamics of the transaction. So the exchange rate risk is another risk that I think should be assumed by the public sector. And of course, legal and policy risk is another risk that is within the control of the public sector, and the public sector should be dealing with that risk. There are other types of risks that should be shared by both parties or in different instances, but for time constraints, I think I would settle for these four in particular as being within the control of government, and they should be assuming this risk. It should be allocated to them because they're best able to manage this risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to answer? Thank you. So Dr. Nwangu, what I'm taking away is that there are political risks, site acquisition risks, foreign exchange risk, legal policy risks, and time constraints that are probably best borne by government. But sometimes we hear about real risks as opposed to perceived risks. So there's sometimes a difference between perceived and real risks. Do you find that this difference translates into a different risk allocation in Africa compared to other economies in the world? So I won't limit this question just to you. It's a general question if anyone would like to jump on it. Thank you.
So I'll just let someone else answer, but just let someone start and I will chip in. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps I could chime in. I think, Haru, did I interrupt you?
No, Beatrice, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Okay, so I think it's important in responding to this question, to emphasize that Africa is made of many countries, 54 countries, and there are different conditions.
in these 54 countries. So a lot of times an assessment is made of Africa as a unit, which can be quite incorrect because the different countries have different, peculiarities. Let's call them that. So in terms of risk, I think there's what is seen as an Africa risk. The one I think should be assessed country by country. And on the political side, it's deemed that there's a higher political risk because there are certain regions where there's been some, insecurity, war and fighting for a long time. And when you also look at the institutions in some of the countries, the institutions are weak. There are issues around corruption and the like. So that's one of the things that can be categorized as, forming part of what's seen as the Africa risk. Economically, again, I think the economies are seen as, being more or less, vulnerable to high interest rates and, exchange rate fluctuations and the like. So again, that creates an impression that there's added risk in Africa than in maybe other parts of the world. As well as, in some instances, some countries don't actually have PPP laws. There may be procurement laws, but not necessarily PPP laws. But other countries have very established frameworks and have been able to roll out projects. So I think the bottom line is what I'd urge is that probably different countries should be looked at individually so that we don't have the feeling of an Africa risk that can sometimes be very punitive, to some jurisdictions that really don't need to be seen as more risky than they really are.
I think you were about to jump in.
Yes, thank you, Shaina. Thank you very much. And I absolutely agree with everything that Beatrice has just said. And to add on to that, I think that the best way to get rid of perceived risk and start looking at real risk is a proven track record. And that's the best way to make sure that risk can be quantified and priced appropriately, because you can't price perceived risk because it's not quantifiable. It's not based on facts. And this doesn't happen overnight, having a proven track record. It's something that requires political will. It's something that requires you to conduct transparent and successful procurement processes and have the strong institutional framework that Beatrice just touched upon. And something that falls into the broad category of PPPs that we're discussing here today, I'm going to use the WAPPP program in South Africa as an example of what a strong track record can do. So that's the Renewable Energy IPP procurement program in South Africa. And I'm only focusing on rounds 1 to 4 for this. So they started off with an integrated resource plan, 2010 to 2030, to identify how many megawatts of energy they require. And the initial internal rate of return in 2011 was 17%. And that's round 1. By round 4, the IRR had come down to 9.5%. And this is an indication that investors were willing to say, okay, higher risk, higher reward, but if the risk is lower, then I can lower my IRR and come up with something that's more competitive and price my tariffs more competitively. The tariff itself reduced at an average of 20 to 30% with each and every round of the Renewable Energy IPP program. And the project documentation was refined with each round. The first round was heavily negotiated. And as rounds went on and on and on, a market standard was created. And that market standard became very competitive. And like all economies across the continent, South Africa has gone through some shocks and institutional changes. So I can't predict whether this trend is going to continue. But I think this serves to show that it doesn't happen overnight. You have to have a consistent, successful framework in which you're procuring your PPPs in order to build confidence. And once you've built confidence, you can then move away and say, look, your perceived risk, throw that away. Here are the actual risks. And we have XYZ PPPs that demonstrate that these are the only risks we really need to look at here, and that lowers the costs for everyone. I think I'll stop there for now, Shaina. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an excellent example, and really highlighted the importance of taking it basically one step at a time and developing that track record over time. And it is true, Beatrice, that Africa risk can sometimes be a stamp, but with projects like the one that was cited in South Africa, perhaps we are slowly but surely getting away from that Africa stamp. The more of these transactions are successful, the more investors are probably going to be coming in, knocking at the door. So thank you for that great example. I think this sort of slides us into our next question quite well. We understand that government has a significant role to take on in establishing, for example, this track record that we're talking about. But when the private sector comes in with some incredible expectations and sometimes is quite ready to get rid of the risks and to push it to the other side, we are seeing that quite often. We are wondering, what is the private sector best able to take on in terms of risks? What risks should governments be saying, absolutely not, private sector, this one's for you? And I'll open that one to whomever would like to jump in, but I believe that question was for you, Beatrice.
Okay, so I think there are two types of categories here that private sector, has to take up. I think they're the ones that are clearly private sector risks. But I think, building on to what Haru talked about, where there's a track record, I think they have to share some of the other risks that ideally would have been more public sector risks, but some of these now become shared. So for me, there are two categories. When it comes to the private sector risks, the more straightforward ones, private sector comes with, say, the designs, the technology. Private sector is nimble, can propose solutions for quick construction. So I think risks such as construction risk, technology, operation, those must fall on them. They're also required, of course, to bring in the funding, and I think that's the whole point of the PPP. So I think funding risk, risks around human resources, I think those would be for private sector. But more importantly, as time passes, I think it's important that they start to share on some of the risks that initially would have sat strictly with government. So I'm talking about risks such as, let's say, even I think some of those risks could even look like, the off-taker risk, where you have projects, and I'll talk about, say, the Kenyan power sector. And we've had projects that have gone through the whole life cycle, 25-year PPAs that have expired, and now coming in for small extensions and new projects coming in. So when you look at an off-taker like that, previously, there was requirement that the government would have to backstop or support the utility in terms of payment. When you look at the track record, I think some of those risks then need to start shifting. I think issues such as demand risk in some areas, depending on social infrastructure, it's harder for government for public sector to take that because it may not be economically viable. But on some of the other infrastructure, they need to also do their own studies and participate in some of this risk sharing. I think others may include FM. I think those are uncontrollable by both sides. So I think those are the nature of risks that we would expect private sector to also be willing to partake of or participate in.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So maybe I just come in here and thank you very much, Beatrice. It lays the foundation for my intervention. So the way I see risk is that there's when you do a project and you want to allocate risk, it's usually upfront. When you do you do the checklist, you sort of then try to allocate risk based on your previous experiences. There's no hard and fast rule. There's no tool available to you, but it's basically usually intuition, your past experiences. So it boils back to what has happened before. So, and Beatrice is right, the risk allocation frame, the way risk is allocated continues to, it's a process, it changes, and over time, it continues to change. For more mature markets, private sector is able to take a lot more risk than for less mature markets. And so it's important that we, again, the basic rule is the project, what optimizes the project in terms of return, in terms of service delivery, what risk allocation model best provides the results is what you look at. So in a situation where, taking the power sector, for instance, where you first have a power purchase agreement that is take or pay, offtake risk is taken by the government. As it matures, the private sector feels more comfortable to do bilateral deals with other private sector, other traders or other off-takers within the industry, as they're able to, they're more comfortable, they have customers they've dealt with over years, they're a lot more relaxed because they now trust the system, but initially it's a bit more difficult. So there's not one set of, there's no rule. You can start demand risk, you can start with availability payments for demand risk, and then subsequent projects you move to user fee payment or concession fee. So it just changes. So that my take is that there's no one fast rule. As a matter of rule, you don't say, oh, I allocate this to the private sector, or I allocate this to the public sector, but you basically look at the project, you look at the past experience, you look at what gives everybody comfort. And then on that basis, then you start to allocate risk. Thank you.
So it sounds like you're moving to, sorry, Haru, go ahead. I can jump in afterwards. Please go ahead.
Sure, and this is just to add on to what Beatrice and George have already said, but I like to use a three-part formula when I'm looking at risk, because I agree that it's not always as clear-cut as this risk is government, this risk is for the private sector. So the first question that I like to ask is that, who is best able to control the likelihood of occurrence, right? And so, as George said earlier, that the likelihood of, say, change in law, issuance of permits, expropriation, and so on, that's obviously the government that can control that, right? So you can allocate that because they're best able to control it. The next is, who is best able to control the impact of the risk on the project outcomes. Now, for this one, I'll give the example of construction risk, that governments shouldn't take construction risk because you've brought in the private sector for their technology, their capacity, and so on. And they're the ones who procure the EPC contractor and so on. So they can control the impact of construction risk on project outcomes. And then the last thing I like to look at, who is able to absorb this risk at the lowest cost? So, for example, can the government pass through the costs to end users and spread it across a large demographic of people at a nominal fee, which will cost less than, say, the private sector absorbing a huge amount on the balance sheet of the SPV? Or is the private sector able to go and hedge foreign currency on the private market and use other hedging mechanisms rather than, say, government, this exchange rate you're giving me is bad. Can the private sector hedge? So who is able to do it at the lowest cost is also something that's very important. So just to summarize, best able to control the likelihood, best able to control the impact, and absorb it at the lowest cost. That's usually the methodology I like to follow. Thank you, China.
That's an excellent tip you've just given us, and I hope everyone has just written that down. So it sounds like you're proposing, I think everyone else is also on the same page, and I'll go over to you in just a second, Jim, a comprehensive analysis of the risks that really has to take the entire project and into consideration, and the length of the contract and all of those elements into consideration to really best determine which party is able to take on that risk. And if we ask the right questions, again, depending on each country and their maturity and the track record that they've developed over time in PPPs and IPPs, then we can have a different discussion on who can take those risks. And that answer will look very different, whether it's in Kenya or in Uganda. And with that, I'll go over to you, Jim.
Yes, thank you very much. And yeah, I actually, as I had my colleagues speak to this, I couldn't hesitate to think about the kind of private sector that we're increasingly experiencing in Africa, particularly on the continent, and the spread and width of the type of private sector also informs the the appetite and kind of risk. Of course, this will move towards the debate on whether this category of private sector is actually the one that would go through a traditional PPP that is structured to the letter the way we know it. But again, as Beatrice said, Africa is such a huge continent, so many countries, and the various PPP frameworks and approaches have tended to shape the engagements with government and with the private sector. So coming up with a catalog of risks and what can be taken on by A or B is a discussion that we can really spend the whole time doing. But I know that there's been a little bit of disruption in the market with the entries from private sector players from other non-traditional PP practitioners who are more than willing to do a lot more on the risk side than has been traditionally done. The question therefore becomes, how are we ready to engage in that space and know that we're actually dealing with probably a different challenge than has been the tradition? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a question from the audience, and I thought that might be interesting just to take us on a tangent just quickly. We talked about force majeure a little bit in the beginning, but the question is, how would you mitigate climate-related force majeure risks? It's a general question, so I'll let anyone jump in. How would you mitigate climate-related force majeure risks? Is there a way to mitigate climate-related force majeure risks?
So I would try and look at this because there are different ways to look at this. I would use again the power sector because power is really important to Africa, and I will choose hydropower. I choose hydropower because of the flooding and rising tides and what can happen, and even the possibility that the rivers or the dams dry up. So you're a potential private sector party, you're coming into sign an agreement, 30-year concession to build, operate, and manage hydropower plant. This is theoretical. And so you come in, what you think is the water is your revenue. The water is actually your revenue. And this water might dry up due to climate change factors. And you've made projections based on certain conditions that exist at the moment. And you've tried to model in the possibility of climate change. How do you then deal with it? So you deal with it contractually, in my opinion. You say, for instance, you make sure that because you want to safeguard the revenue, your revenues, you make sure that when water drops, your certain threshold, below a certain threshold, 40% or whatever, that your concession fees reflect that change. So you put a threshold on that and you deal with it. But you really on the public sector side, the best way to deal with all of this risk is to make sure that you build climate resilient infrastructure. So at the time of the RFP or the procurement stage, it's built into it, the need to build climate to make sure that whatever infrastructure is being built is climate resilient. So, and you can talk about a lot of things that come. You can talk about flooding that can wash away the entire people downstream of the dam. How do you deal with it? You make sure you relocate people away from that area. So there are different things that can occur, and a lot of them you deal with contractually, but looking forward, the best way to deal with it is to ensure that every infrastructure that is built is climate resilient.
So it sounds like governments have to start thinking about this before we head into contract negotiations, before we start negotiating concession agreements and PPAs. We have to talk about this at the project preparation stage. So risk management doesn't become important just when we're negotiating. That's not the first time we should be thinking of them, but when we're conceiving the project, we should already be talking about, is this the risk that we're willing to take as a government, or is it something that we are going to have to pass off because we can't take that? Continuing along the line of risks, we received a question from the audience about risk allocation strategy. Should we be looking at the risk allocation differently, the strategy at least differently, whether or not the project is procured through a solicited or unsolicited proposal, or is it the same? This is a general question, but I'll let Jim answer and if he'd like.
I really think it will depend a lot more. We tend to get the flag up when it's unsolicited. So I believe the approach would be quite a little bit tighter and different. But broadly, the principles will be the same. But when it's unsolicited, the comparison may not necessarily arise. Maybe that's how I could answer it. But I personally would prefer that you first approach it from the point of view of what is known, so that there are no shocks. And then when it's unsolicited, then you may want to raise the bar a little bit higher. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just add to Jim, what Jim has said. For when it's unsolicited, you look at competition, transparency. That's really important, because to neutralize the risk in unsolicited proposals, you need to make sure that it's a lot more competitive than it is. So that's what I would chip in there.
Thank you. So back to risks and understanding them and trying to categorize them so that we can get to the guarantees. What is the difference between commercial and non-commercial risks in PPP projects? Is it important, or why is it important to differentiate between commercial and non-commercial risks? Haru, I'll let you answer that one.
Thank you very much, Shaina. And I think it's a very important question. I think we've already brushed on it, but in different terms throughout the discussion that's already taking place. So non-commercial risk, also known as government risk, political risk, has been touched on already. And these are the events that occur as a consequence of some kind of force majeure, political force majeure, or actions directly taken or decisions made by the host government and its agencies. So that's denationalization, confiscation, expropriation, breach of contract, non-performance, war, civil disturbance. And for FX risk, foreign exchange risk, I'm of the view that it should be limited to inconvertibility and transfer of local currency, because for devaluation, I think at times there are other mechanisms the private sector can use to hedge. against devaluation. Then commercial risks are those factors or risks that lower the sponsor's profit. So they impact the bottom line of the project. So completion risk, if the sponsor knows that if they don't complete on time, they won't generate revenue on time, and they could incur liquidated damages and so forth, depending on the structure of the contract. Demand risk, I think now there's an acceptance that demand risk, there are mechanisms to share it. Minimum revenue guarantees is one way, and various capacity payments and power projects as well to share demand risk. But I think it's important that, demand is also a commercial aspect of a project, because if you decide that you're going to go ahead and build a toll road in an abandoned area where there is no traffic, you haven't done your homework to check the demand there, and that's a commercial issue as well. Operational risk, if your operational costs are too high, your OPEX is too high, that's commercial. You can't turn around and tell the government that my OPEX is so high that I need to increase the tariff. For example, it affects your own profits there. And competition in the market is another big commercial risk as well. Source of inputs for hydro, it's a bit different, as George correctly highlighted, because your fuel stock is the water, and the water comes from the sky. So it becomes very difficult to allocate that risk. But sometimes raw water for water treatment plants, for example, and so forth, and other forms of fuel stock, that's commercial as well. If the price of your fuel stock goes up, and you haven't hedged for that, commercial. Credit risk of the SPV, if they have increased lending costs because of their own actions or inactions, commercial. And so on. Technology risk, if your technology becomes obsolete or it's too innovative, that it's not as cost effective as other technologies, all of that is commercial risk. Now, why is it important to differentiate between commercial and non-commercial risk? The main point here is that the sovereign is not there to increase or improve the commercial aspects of the deal. That's not the role of the government. They're not there to increase your profits. They're there to ensure that non-commercial factors do not impact the operation of your project. And I think it's important to always think about that dynamic between the sovereign or the government and the private sector. That the role of the government is to make sure non-commercial factors don't impact the operation of your project, so that your commercial factors, which you are taking care of as a private sector, remain viable, remain sustainable, remain profitable to keep you interested. Now, if you conflate the two, you end up with a situation where the project document doesn't appropriately allocate risk, and there's a crisis of expectation. Who must do what? Who's responsible for what? Who financially, who must pay the other if there's a change in the financial aspects of the project, and so forth. Unsustainable deals, which is what we've been seeing a lot of when it comes to failed PPPs, where the high tariffs or change in tariffs lead to renegotiation. And I don't think we need to go into detail on the impact of renegotiations on PPPs. And ultimately, it leads to a series of failed PPPs. And that ultimately brings us full circle to where we started, which is the perception of risk in Africa. Africa risk, as Beatrice correctly pointed out, or even the perception of risk within a country. So I think I'll stop there, Shaina, and open it up to discussion.
Thank you, Haru. Switching gears a little bit, that was an excellent response, and it really put into perspective commercial and non-commercial risks for us. But we've received the question from the audience, which is taking us back to sovereign guarantees. And they ask, if a private sector is seeking a sovereign guarantee, then what is the value added of a private sector in the procurement? Sovereign guarantees cover the risks allocated to private sectors. So this means that the risk assessment of commercial versus non-commercial risks is moot. Beatrice, do you have any opinion on that?
Yes, I think sovereign guarantees are important. Really, any other mechanism that government can provide, I'll call them government support mechanisms. Sovereign guarantee is just one of them. They're important because, they help unlock funding. So going to the question, and I think I'll come back to the question, but I think to just set the background for this, they unlock funding, and there are different circumstances when it's important to actually apply a sovereign guarantee. This could be depending on, what kind of project you're looking at and how important is it. Is it something like absolutely new in the country? And private sector will not want to take a very big risk in, say, the first port project in Africa, for example. So there you may have, as a government, put in, the sovereign guarantee or some other, letter of comfort or other document, to provide that. And then you also look at what is the impact. Well, it unlocks funding, but what is the impact? Sometimes, you may think that it's not necessary, but it may bring down the cost, for example, of the political risk insurance premiums that the SPV is having to pay. And that is full circle, because if it brings down that cost, it means then that, availability payments can be lower. And so at the end of the day, it's a more economic facility. Now, you'd look also then at, in offering this kind of comfort, what is the scope that's expected of government? Because it has to be reasonable. We've looked at the impact, looked at, is it something new, is it justified, but also what is the scope? I think we're moving towards a place where it has to be a closed list. So you won't have, say, sovereign guarantees covering, open-ended items. So you won't have language like including but not limited to a list of things. So you want a closed list so that it's very clear. But in deciding whether that is necessary, you also have to look at what alternatives are there for the project company. Can they get the political risk insurance? Because sometimes you don't need the sovereign guarantee because there's that PRI. There's also the PRG, the partial risk guarantees, I think that Haru works with every day. So those are also things they can look at. Contractually, can some of the things be dealt with within the contract without having to then go into a sovereign, guarantee and the like? So I think that's really the background of where, sovereign guarantees come in, whether they're necessary or not, what role they play. Do they cover commercial risks? Sometimes they do. I think that's what the question was. Sometimes they do, and to the extent that they're covering commercial risks, yes, but so as to make the project viable, to some extent they can be considered for that purpose as well. Maybe let me stop there and open up for further discussion.
Sure. Before I other panelists to jump in, I'm going to attack a bit your letter of comfort. We're seeing increasingly private sector does not want to see a letter of comfort. They're seeing it as a bit too soft, a bit too open-ended sometimes, even despite it being a closed list. What is your response to that?
Yeah, well, it's one, look, you see, at the end of the day, we go back to some of what has been discussed, track record. A sovereign guarantee is something that goes, so does a letter of comfort, but to a smaller extent. It's like a double-edged sword. So it provides comfort to the project company, but it creates some hardship to the host government because it creates contingent liabilities that, it has to carry for a period of time. So I think a letter of comfort, you would consider it. Some countries don't offer sovereign guarantees at all, except for very novel projects. So sometimes it's not even an option to get the sovereign guarantee. It has to go through parliament and the like. But the letter of comfort, depending on the project and depending on the track record that's there, I think those are the kind of things that, if you have a track record, there have been other projects that have been successful, you're not the first project in a specific area, I think it'll be very difficult to insist, say, on a sovereign guarantee and not maybe something a bit lighter, because at the end of the day, you have to balance, the interests of the SPV as well as the government.
Sounds like a very difficult balancing game that you've pointed out. Thank you. I will does anybody else have anything that they'd like to add before we move on to the
Sure. Okay. No, go ahead,
George.
please.
Okay. Sorry, okay, thank you. Just to add on to this issue of sovereign guarantee versus letter of comfort and so forth, I think at times saying sovereign guarantee implies that there's this grand document that has the words sovereign guarantee written across the front. But what you have to look at is substantively, what is the government committing to? So you can call it a put call option agreement, you can call it a sovereign guarantee. And I like what Beatrice said, that they're government support mechanisms. You can call it a concession agreement. You can even call it a letter of comfort on the cover, and then fill it with the same onerous provisions that you might find in what someone else might call the sovereign guarantee. So I think what we need to look at is substantively, what is the government committing to? And to the point that differentiating between commercial and non-commercial risk, that point is moot. The reason you have to do that is because you have to be very clear, as Beatrice said, in terms of what it is that you are committing to without open-ended lists. Without any room for doubt, without any room for when you reach termination, God forbid that happens, but if ever you have to reach termination, you must be very, very clear on is it a breach of contract? Which provisions have been breached? How are we calculating the termination payment? Are we including equity? Are we including return on equity? Are we including, well, debt is always on the hook, but you need to be very clear on all of those things when you're drafting the documentation itself. So I think we shouldn't get boggled down on the language of what exactly a sovereign guarantee is. I think we should look at what are the provisions and what substantively is included in these documentations, whether it's a letter of comfort or a government support agreement or concession agreement.
That's an excellent point that you bring up about not spending too much time thinking about the way that we name it, but thinking about what's actually included. And I think to Beatrice's point, it doesn't necessarily have to come in the form of a grand separate letter of comfort or other document. It can actually be included contractually. But what Beatrice also pointed out, and Dr. Nwangwu, this brings me to you, and I think Jim can jump in as well, is that these create contingent liabilities. So we can have a separate panel that can last about 3 days on contingent liabilities and what that means for government. But I'll just ask the question broadly, how should contingent liabilities be treated from a policy perspective? We also at some point talked about a debt viability perspective and a sustainability perspective, but we should stick to just the policy perspective for now. And Jim, once Dr. Nwangwu goes, I'll give you the opportunity to react to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me start with an example of how we dealt with guarantees, and then you'll see how it plays out with contingent liabilities. So for me, the nature of the guarantee that is given, depends on how much the government would desire a particular project. So let's say, for instance, there's no power. We want 10,000 megawatts of power, and we're in desperate need for 10,000 megawatts of power. And you have a host of foreign investors coming in, queuing up to provide this 10,000 megawatts of power. And one of the conditions is, because they perceive some sort of risk in the host country, and they come and they've asked for certain types of guarantees that might crystallize or not crystallize. Some of them might never happen. And maybe the government is sure that it requires this 2,000 megawatts of power, or 4,000 megawatts of power. Then, if government refuses, then the investor will likely price in that cost into his risk. It will price in the risk into its final cost. So in order to make it cheaper, government is sure that it will take that power. Then it's in a better place to offer the guarantee that is required. But if the government is unsure, then if it signs on to that guarantee, what it creates, there's a contingent liability immediately, because or every time you sign a guarantee, creates a contingent liability that it might eventuate or it might not eventuate. So if you're sure that you can mitigate that risk, and you're sure, the surer you are, the likelihood, then the likelihood you should offer that guarantee, because it will basically make the project cheaper. So the best way to always, the best way to deal with contingent liability then is to ensure that they never eventuate. So if it's a power plant, if it's a power asset, you make sure that the power is going to be evacuated. I give you an example of in Tanzania and even in Nigeria, there are power plants where guarantees have been given, and the evacuation, power is not able to be evacuated. Private sector has built the power plant, and then government is unable to evacuate the power. You should be sure. So that's the first way. So the first thing first is make sure what you're asking for, that you're able to deal with. Do you actually require what you're asking for, and that every contingency is dealt with? That's the first thing. Then the second policy is to able to monitor contingent liability. So because, and the previous speakers make a good point that there are different languages for sovereign guarantees. They appear in the contract, they appear in other documents like put call option agreement. So they can appear in several documents. So there needs to be a system where you actually track all of those contingent liabilities, likely liabilities, cost them, and provide for them in the budget. So, and make sure you provide for them, and make sure they are affordable. Providing for them in the budget means that they are affordable. And you're going to ask yourself, if this risk crystallizes, do we have the financial capacity to deal with that risk? Because really, when there's a joke that sovereign guarantees is just a piece of paper, but they're a very dangerous piece of paper. And you must make sure you track. You must make sure, because if you track those liabilities, you're able, before they crystallize, you're able to deal with them and deal with the issues that are likely to arise from those contingent liabilities. So it is important that they are properly managed. That's by identifying them, by tracking them, by monitoring them, and by providing some sort of budget for those contingent liabilities that are likely to, before they happen, and again, every country should have a plan and say, look, I go back to the question of, we need 10,000 megawatts. For the first 2,000 megawatts, we desperately need the first 2,000 megawatts. So we give a guarantee, right? For the next 2,000, we're not that desperate. So if you come for the next 2,000, we say to you, look, we're not giving what we gave the first time because our needs are different. And, and also finally, so that I don't take everyone's time, is you have to be careful that you do not develop a guarantee culture, because guarantees distorts the risk allocation process. It's all good to have a risk matrix, you allocate construction risk, you allocate this risk to the private sector, then the private sector comes and demands for a guarantee. That guarantee basically could have the impact of transferring all of that risk back to the public sector. So, and if a country is notorious for granting guarantees, then it sort of creates a guarantee culture where everybody demands for guarantee instead of proper risk management. So in place of managing risk properly, you just ask for a guarantee. So it's important that you have a strategy and that a good plan for dealing with guarantees and the resulting contingent liabilities that emanate from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Jim, would you like to react to that?
Sorry, yes, I really associate with the comments, and I personally believe that when we talk about the first one, the innovative areas of investment, probably that is something that could be considered, because then you have to really roll out the red carpet for the investor to feel comfortable. But then when we speak about governments being sure and therefore not going down the route of offering sovereign guarantee, but then what came to my mind, George, for me was, when are governments sure and how do they become sure? And I think it starts all the way from, again, what we discussed earlier, being prepared, having the country itself as a bankable country. Again, we spoke about Africa and the variety of Africa that we are. For example, we need to look within and say, look, am I as a country appetizing enough for people to have confidence? We talked about the history. How about my processes? Are they done well? Are they predictable? Have we followed through them? Can somebody, seated wherever, read this document and appreciate it? There are processes that are long. And the reason I think this is core is because you do not want to be slapped with the document, a request for a sovereign guarantee, just because somebody doubts the documentation or the processes you've gone through. Let them come to you with that because of a justification that is solid, that can be felt. How about our institutions? Are they strong enough? Both the governance institutions and the local institutions that we will interact with in these processes. How about the local investment roles, the banks, pension funds, and others? Have they played a role? Are they on board? If we get all of these on board, then probably the discussion of sovereign guarantee, or whichever name the document would be, may change in form and shape. I personally believe that Africa, and I'm sorry to say this, we've sort of played along with remember earlier I talked about the new entrants who have come into the space. And we tend to think that procurements and projects are contracted through PPPs only, but there are so many other mechanisms we all know that through which our governments have contracted these projects, and guarantees have been given. And therefore, all of these guarantees together will converge at the national debt. And when they do, the story of whether it was a PPP or direct investment, or whether it was innovative or not, ceases to be. So my personal view is that we probably need, as governments in particular, so in Africa, and PPP practitioners, to encourage a lot more structuring, a lot more, doing a thorough good job at what we do, so that when we go to the market, the issue of sovereign guarantee or other, extra comfort documents that people want cease to be an issue of discussion. Lastly, I would want to speak about the situation in which we actually find ourselves as the particular. So, as an example, I'll give Africa. Various countries have tended to tackle sovereign guarantee differently. Some will see that as a natural call on capturing as part of a commitment, and therefore you have to go through Parliament, and then it's part of your debt portfolio. Others would say, look, I'm so sure and I've done my mathematics, the figures add up, it will just be there in the books, it's off budget. In Uganda, for example, we do not believe in that. We believe that as soon as you issue it, as long as these commitments are in, you log them. When you log them, they become part of your debt, and therefore you have to recognize them. Whether you're sure or not is a different thing, but you have to recognize that commitment. So I personally associate with the fact that we probably need to explore the other possibilities that we have. Insurance, yes, they'll be costed, but I would rather go through that route than going to uncharted waters that tend to bog down procurements. The other risk we have with sovereign guarantee, and I don't know whether I'm speaking for a lot more others on the continent, is the moment you go to Parliament, you've spent 3 years structuring a transaction. You go to Parliament because you have to get one document, your sovereign guarantee to be acceptable. You're going to put 3 years work on the table to go through the scrutiny. So I think we need to find, and these are documents, you're not taking them in before they've been marked up, the private party have agreed to them, and you literally at a point where you potentially can sign a deal. So when you're subject to that, and then something happens on the floor of Parliament, how are you going to treat those 3.5 years that you've wasted? And how about the investment that the private sector has put in? So my view is that we probably need to do a lot more solid work on the documentation, predictability, documents that are known, that are seen, that are acceptable, and then we engage the private sector. If we start with the country, and the country is bankable as a country, it has a history, it's known. In the case of Uganda, we've not done so many PPPs, we're starting up. Across the border in Kenya, they've done a lot of these, but we are part of the region. If that predictability is there, if we can, for example, associate what we are doing with PPP in the PPP space with what we did in concessions before that for over 20 years, and it was known and we have a track record, then chances are that people will scale down on the demand. The other one is to also stand tall and demand that we encourage competition. The reason the recent history of Africa, sovereign guarantee have become quite phenomenal is because we looked one direction. We did not allow open competition. We shied away from open competition. I believe that we now placed well. We have years of experience doing this, and I believe that we are headed in a situation where people are going to look at the documentation, they are going to look at the country bankability, they are going to look at the predictability, they are going to look at our national institutions, including private sector institutions, and the chances are that, and particularly so if we onboard them, so that they see they have their pennies in the deal, chances are that we're going to scale down on the demand for sovereign guarantee.
Thank you, Jim. That was an excellent response. I have a bit of a follow-up question to some of the solutions you just provided. Someone has asked if you think it's appropriate for governments to allow private sector bidders to compete on a who requires the least government guarantees at the procurement stage, such that the contract is ultimately awarded to a bidder whose government support requirements are lower than their competitors. And the question is if you think that's appropriate, and we can also open that up to anyone. Sure. Haru, please go ahead.
Sure. So I'll just give an example of where I've actually seen this in a procurement. And the way that it was done was that the financial advisors sat and ran their models on behalf of the government and assessed what appropriate costing would be with a sovereign guarantee and without, right? And then that information is retained by the government. Then they issue the RFP, and within the RFP, they said that in your submissions, we want to see two prices. We want to see your pricing with a sovereign guarantee. That's going to cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aspects. And we want to see your pricing without a sovereign guarantee. Assume that the sovereign guarantee is off the table, right? There's some bidders who would look at that and say that, oh, that means they haven't decided whether or not they're giving us a guarantee. And those bidders will not submit the RFP, and that's fine. But interestingly enough, there were, given the size of the market, there were a substantial number of international reputable bidders who submitted on this basis of those two prices, right? And what was interesting with some bidders is that the price differential wasn't that big. It wasn't a dramatic difference in pricing. So I would say that if the government is undecided on whether or not they're going to provide a sovereign guarantee or not, this is an example of an approach that I've seen one government take. I'm not saying it's the best approach or the only approach, but it's an option so that you have an appropriate way of comparing them on equitable terms to say that we've compared the pricing with a guarantee, they've all provided it, and without. And then you make a decision based on that, rather than saying that, well, this one wants the bare minimum, so we'll award them. What I can guarantee you is that person might get the bid and then full circle come back and try to negotiate. And by that time, you might be so far down the line. And Jim raised an important point about time, wasting time. 3 years down the line, you're still negotiating with this bidder who claims they didn't want a guarantee, but they're now trying to contract you into all kinds of provisions you'd ordinarily find in a sovereign guarantee. So I'll stop there and open it up to my fellow panelists if they've also seen something similar.
Yes, I think I would. Sorry, Judge. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Jim. I just wanted to.
Okay. I think I'm really inclined to think that probably we may want to look at whether you would want to include a sovereign guarantee into your initial documentation before you go to preferred bidder stage, so that you're certain, or as opposed to doing it right from the word go as part of your RFP. And that for me is a discussion we may have and see whether that adds value or not. I agree with the two-pronged approach, with the compliant one with minus, the other one alternative with probably sovereign guarantee built in. But you see what is going to happen here? You're going to have then a competition on the unknown. The documentation may be included in the template of the sovereign guarantee into the RFP, but you're still negotiating and discussing it until you really close the deal. And for me, that leaves you so exposed that you can never conclude that. Personally, I feel that I would still, have a leap of faith if my systems, my processes, my documents are solid, reputable TAs are on board. I would have a conversation and a competitive dialogue stage. And when it comes up, I'll probably incline myself to have that conversation on the content, actually structure, content, and detail. The detail of sovereign guarantee as opposed to other, and the comfort letter and the letter of support, all of that, put together may vary depending on how far you've gone in the process. So I believe you have a very good footing when you have a very limited engagement with fewer at a preferred bidder stage than you would have with a whole lot of people. With one, somebody tells me when you put lawyers in a room to discuss a legal document, you probably need more time than we've had the whole of today. So I believe I would push that to the next level and have that conversation with the preferred bidders. If I have 1 and 2, then that's a conversation to have at that stage.
Thank you, Jim. I will try not to take offense to that. And I think the colleagues on the panel that are also lawyers are also not going to try to take offense. But I'm being signaled time, so I will open up the floor. So final question, and I've been going back and forth on what could the final question be. So final question, and then one piece of advice. So final question is, are we really moving away from sovereign guarantees as we have known them? Yes or no, and why? And then tag along and add in one piece of advice that you have for governments dealing with this subject. I think, Beatrice, it's fair to start with you. We haven't heard from you in a few minutes.
So I think there's no straightforward answer to that question. I'll say yes, in some instances, we need to move away from sovereign guarantees. I think it was Haru who said it's a gradual process. It's not something that can happen overnight. There's also work to be done by the governments. You can't expect to be able to move away and not put any mechanisms in place. You have to make sure you develop bankable projects. You have to make sure that your economies are stable and political stability as well. So it's something that will take time. I think that I advocate for a process where these documents don't remain static. So whatever government documentation you have, it doesn't mean that if it's a sovereign guarantee, it can't later on be, say, a letter of comfort that's a bit lighter, and that can't be watered down later or changed depending on, progression. So that's my answer to that. I was hoping that we could get to the issue of regional, projects. So I'll use that as my closing remarks. I'll say that there's a lot to be gained if we look at regional infrastructure. We need to start looking at working as economic blocks. So I'm hoping that that's a direction that some of the infrastructure projects will go towards. Looking at that, I hope that we'll also look at dispute resolution. I would really hope for an African dispute resolution mechanism to deal with what would come with regional projects. So that's it from me.
You're on mute, Shaina.
I love it when I do that. Jim, we'll go over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Personally, I would think I associate with Beatrice. I think we need to move away. We really need to move away. Africa's matured. We're ready to engage. There's the stereotype that has Africa in a certain flame, and therefore everything and anything that's happening should do. We quite a scary place to invest. I believe we've proven ourselves, and decisions will be made on country and by country basis, and the chances are that we potentially going to conclude a lot more deals going forward, using our own right as destinations for investment. Why should we move away? Again, the other reason is clear. We are weighed down. We've done a few things on the continent which have shoot our debt to GDP ratio through the roof. We're being very careful. We need to look and remember the future, our generations after us, and of course not to treat these transactions as transactions that have no relevance whatsoever to the generations after us. So I personally believe that we need to move forward. There are innovative ways that we can adapt, alternative financing and the other tools that are available. Insurance, yes, they could be costed, but increasingly some of the projects we are doing on the continent would benefit from these new financing mechanisms that we are not using as yet. So I personally believe that time has come for us to move away from sovereign guarantee and try to do straight deals.
Thank you, Jim. Dr. Nwongo?
Thank you, Shaina. I disagree a bit from my colleagues that suggest we move away from sovereign guarantees. The reason is because I don't think it's very practical. You don't decide, the market decides. So you can decide not to issue guarantees and nobody comes to take your project. It just doesn't happen. So the market decides whether you move away from guarantee or not. But again, everything we've said, it's about building that confidence. So you need to have a plan. Your PPP program needs to have a plan. You need to develop a PPP program that everyone trusts, and you have good track record, and people can bet on your PPP program, so that they know that you're a good market. They know that when they come, that you would obey, the government will obey the rules of the game. They know that the contracts will be, because let's also understand that there are two types of sovereign guarantees here. And we talked about that when we talked about commercial risk and non-commercial risk, because when you basically offer guarantees as to good behavior, if government says, look, I will not expropriate, I will not do this, then it's those. So if you offer that and they don't, and the investors, especially when they're not in country, demand a partial risk guarantee, a partial risk insurance, those products are very expensive. They make the project very expensive. So where you can give that and behave, then you give that and it makes the project cheaper. The troublesome guarantees are those tied with commercial risk, those that deal with revenue.
Signaled on time. I'm so sorry about that.
So sorry.
Maybe a few seconds to close up.
That's it. So my one advice, though, is that it's better risk management. I feel that guarantees should not be substitute for risk management. We need to better at identifying and tracking and managing risk better. Thank you.
Thank you. Haru, the very quick version. before
Sure.
I get
Absolutely. So I think my esteemed panelists have summarized it very well in terms of confidence building, track record, and we're in the process where we can start moving away. Something we didn't touch on is that there's always the explicit guarantee and the implicit guarantee. So even if you don't give a sovereign guarantee, there can still be a contingent liability, because at the end of the day, it's your state-owned utility in a vertically integrated system that is undertaking certain things in a PPP and so forth. So I think you also have to have a policy decision on whether you want to give an implicit guarantee or an explicit guarantee. An explicit guarantee, you know what you're committing to. An implicit one, not so much. Now, my last piece of advice for the government is that I think that you need to invest in early project development. And this goes for the private sector and for the government as well, and build capacity in making sure that you develop these projects. And institutions like the African Legal Support Facility and other regional institutions are absolutely fantastic in providing that kind of support for African governments. So my advice would be, we need to find ways to make sure that we start early, develop these projects, the project pipeline early, so that by the time you reach the stage where you're negotiating a sovereign guarantee or government support, you know that your project is bankable. Thank you very much, China. Thank you, esteemed panelists.
Thank you very much to this remarkable panel. We've been receiving nothing but wonderful, wonderful comments about the quality of this panel and your expertise. We look forward to seeing you again. I will pass over to Prima so that we don't get kicked off the line. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Shaina. Thank you very much, ALSF, for some not very inobvious reasons. It was an excellent panel hosted by the ALSF. So thank you very much. At this point, I would like to, I think in summary, really everything has been said and done. The most important thing that we've had is, if it looks like a duck, if it swims like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it is a duck, right? So if there's anything that means that the government is going to have some obligations, financial obligations, then it is a sovereign guarantee, despite what it is called. So at this point, we're moving to our final panel of the day, and thank you all. We've averaged about 120, 150 people per panel. So thank you for sticking it out throughout the day. Our last panel is going to be hosted by Andrew Kreger, who is the CEO of PPP Training Online. And it will be sector specific because it's the only panel that's going to talk about actual PPPs in particular areas. We're going to discuss developing PPPs in water, housing, and the agricultural sector. So welcome, Andre, to you and the rest of your panel.
Thank you very much, Prima. Can I just check the sound good? Everything fine?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Video is good, sound is good.
Excellent, thank you very much. And congratulations with the previous panel. It was really a great discussion. And we appreciate all these inputs, because this business is not an easy business. We know that it's a tough business, but nobody ever said life is going to be easy. And that's also why we've got a strong panel on this late afternoon show today, so to speak. So just one or two words about PPP Training Online, if you will allow. It's an APMG accredited training organization since February 2017. We have trained plus 700 practitioners by now, 80% of them from the continent. Currently, we've got Chinese, and we have had Russians from the Russian PPP unit also online before the war. Anyhow, we do specialized courses. If we talk sectors, we do transport, energy projects, water, housing. We do specialized courses, especially for PPP units as well, on project finance and financial modeling. We do contract management, PPP contract courses, and then a very interesting one, public investment management, and incorporating PPPs in that space. And we are also collaborating with the AFDB on that. They actually prompted this issue about 18 months ago. We have partnered with AFDB, the African Development Bank, currently in partnership with them for some training events on the continent, with the World Bank, the IFC, USA, Danish government. The interesting one is the UK-China Infrastructure Alliance. We have done some work for the UK-China Infrastructure Alliance and others. So it leads me then with a few minutes to introduce the panel. So firstly, thank you very much, guys, for participating. I really appreciate, and I think we have really got an esteemed, experienced panel. So if I can start with the ladies first, Pumla Machikia, working from the African Development Bank offices in South Africa, a chartered accountant, and hugely experienced public and private sector background. I'm jealous of all the experiences that you have gained over the last number of years, and I'm looking forward to working with you and the AFDB team on agricultural PPP. So welcome, Pumla. We really appreciate your time and effort. And then Dr. Muhammad Gambo. Welcome, Muhammad. We also appreciate your time. Dr. Muhammad is responsible under one of the things that he is responsible for at Shelter Afrique, based in Nairobi, is partnerships. So his life is all about affordable housing, and to this extent, Shelter Afrique is involved and has been involved in a number of affordable housing projects on the continent. Maybe not all of them full-blown PPPs, but definitely making use of the PPP principles in the process. So we are looking forward, Mohammed, also to your participation. Thank you for your time. We appreciate. Then lastly, but importantly, Devon from Durban, South Africa, or the municipality's name is eThekwini, on the south coast of South Africa. If you want to know, this guy is the champion of water projects, water PPPs in South Africa. Unashamedly, they are busy with 4 or 5 major water PPPs in South Africa, and we are really looking forward to the progress, good progress that has been made. They've also got an existing PPP, water PPP, where there's industrial off-takers, and I'm sure Devon will tell us all about these. So Devon, thank you very much for your time, and we're looking forward to your inputs. So colleagues, that takes me just to the point of making some final arrangements. This slot will be dealt with as follows. We will give each one of these participants a 10-minute period to present this sector. And we'll be starting with Devon. So if I can ask you to, while Devon is presenting, or even after he has presented, to post your questions in the chat, but hold back. We will hold back on the answers. We'll give all 3 colleagues opportunity to deliver their presentations, or maybe just verbal contributions. And then we will have approximately 20 minutes left at the end of the period to have some good discussions with you. I see there's still a good number of 100-odd people online. So welcome to you, and we hope that we will be able to keep you awake at this late time in day. So panel, good luck. Devon, and you're welcome to kick off. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks, Andre, and good afternoon, colleagues. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Great stuff. All right, so so as Andre introduced myself, I'm Devon Govender. I'm the Senior Manager, Commercial and Business. Basically, it's the business arm of the eThekwini Water Sanitation Unit, where we specifically look at PPPs and other innovative projects. So we are situated on actually it's the east coast of South Africa, sunny side Durban, where we boast like 360 days of sunshine. So without further ado, let me get on to the presentation. So I basically put a slide here in terms of the process that we at eThekwini follow. There's a regulated municipal PPP guideline process that is channeled through our National Treasury PPP unit, which is officially now called GTAC. That's our Government Technical Advisory Center. So basically, they regulate all municipal PPPs. It's basically an 18-step process, and it's there to assist the municipalities, basically very, very similar to the framework of other PPPs around the world, just basically emphasizing a 3-pronged test, and that is affordability, value for your money for the municipality, and most importantly, in South Africa in particular, is transfer significant risk to the private party. So we have certainly embarked on a number of PPPs, which I'll quickly highlight to you following this particular cycle. So the first one, Durban Water Recycling PPP, I think most of you are familiar with this project. It's one of the first and most successful PPPs in South Africa. It is basically a tertiary plant on the grounds of our Southern Wastewater Treatment Facility, where it treats 47.5 megaliters of industrial and domestic effluents to near potable standard for direct reuse in industrial processes. So basically, it's from the conception contract, which started back in 2001, being the first water sales. We have now successfully completed the first concession contract, a full 20-year concession contract. It's been very successful in the sense that we had less than 1% downtime. Basically, the benefits are multifaceted. It's a presentation on its own. But basically, more to just elaborate is that due to the success of this particular PPP, the municipality has decided to embark on a new PPP. So we've started a few years back in terms of registering a new PPP with the National Treasury PPP unit. We've since then advanced past our feasibility stage. Procurement process has started, and we are at a very advanced stage of evaluation for our new concession PPP. Basically, the new PPP contract will focus on optimizing the plant and also bringing in an additional 20 megaliter per day portable water component. Certainly, yes, the dynamic has changed 20 years down the line. The off-takers in terms of their demands have changed, but certainly through the feasibility, we have looked at additional off-takers in the Southern Basin, and we have managed to get buy-in for other off-takers, and certainly incorporate this into our water security plan and bring in a 20 megaliter portable water component. So moving on, we've also registered a water reuse PPP. So in South Africa, very water scarce in terms of our water security. We have now dropped to a 95% yield assurance. We were very used in the erstwhile days of 99% yield assurance. Certainly, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the droughts that South Africa has experienced, more particular Cape Town Day Zero, Nelson Mandela Bay. And we as well went into some drought restrictions back in 2015-16. So basically, this prompted a strategy from the city to look at mitigating projects, whilst the bigger long-term dam projects that do come in, which is only scheduled in 2030. So we have now incorporated at least 20% of our supply to come from alternative projects. So this being one of them. We looked at a project where we can bring in 100 megaliters per day of indirect reuse. So we've got two treatment facilities, one at our commercial facility and one at Northern Wastewater Treatment Works, where we will put in 250 megaliter per day wastewater treatment plants.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So in terms of the project. We have partnered with the DBSA.
Yes,
DBSA
yes,
has provided the much needed project prep funding, the transaction advisory support. So the lion's share of the funding has come through DBSA. We've just now secured a facility agreement with DBSA, and we'll be our council authority is expecting in the next 2 weeks, where then we will embark on a full feasibility study, which is anticipated to take about 12 months to complete. Basically, this will now bring in an additional 100 megaliters per day into the water mix. And moving on, we've also embarked on a renewable energy project. We've commissioned one of our largest bulk lines a few years back. It's called our Western Aqueduct line. It costed over 1.6 billion rand to basically commission. Through this particular project, we embarked on a study to look at how we can redeem energy from the bulk line. So basically, they were spearhead and flow. We were able to register a PPP project with our National Treasury unit. We embarked on a full feasibility study. through the assistance of AUFD, who basically now completed the feasibility study, and we've since got our TBR1, which is our treasury approval to move on to procurement phase. So right now, our council report is being tabled at our EXCO committee, and we envisage in the next 2 weeks to now get authority to move on to the procurement stage. With this particular hydropower project, we've also got a very innovative mini hydropower component to the project as well. We were awarded one of the innovative projects through the Business France initiative, where we were able to install a pilot mini hydropower plant on our Mshlanga 2 reservoir site. The plant will be commissioned in 2 weeks' time, where we will be generating mini hydropower on the site. So this is an innovative project where we harness the energy from the inlets of the reservoirs. Certainly, in terms of the network of the reservoirs, there's over 240 reservoirs, and certainly the feasibility study has shortlisted a number of these reservoirs to look at mini hydropower. In terms of the procurement documents, it was not included as part of the financial analysis, simply because we're looking at the innovators to bring in technologies and also incorporate this into the larger scale hydropower project. We've also embarked on another renewable energy project. We've got, as I mentioned, 240 reservoir sites. So some of these sites have large areas where we looked at how we can optimize these facilities, and we also embarked on a PPP study where we registered the project, undertake a full feasibility study to look at how we can harness energy by installing solar panels on these reservoir sites. The feasibility study is also being completed, which showed it economically viable for a PPP, where the PPP partner will install these solar panels and basically then impress this energy onto the grid. So there again, very much aligned to our climate change strategy in the city, and also to reduce the load, the energy load in the city as well. Moving on, we've got a very exciting wastewater treatment works PPP. It is a greenfield project. This particular PPP entails 2 new regional works, one at Amshloti and one at Amkumas, with capacities of 35 and 10 megaliters per day, respectively, as startup capacities. The implementation of this PPP project will enable the municipality to increase its wastewater treatment capacity, improve the wastewater quality, in line with the regulator, the national regulator, which is in our case Department of Water and Sanitation Standards, and will also unlock potential catalytic investment in those particular catchments. We've got a huge catalytic project on the northern area, our Dubai trade port, which is expanding enormously, and basically this will unlock investment in that particular area. As soon as we guarantee services, we will then be able to attract more investment. In terms of the project timeline, this was a collaboration with IFC, where we assisted us with the feasibility study, which was now completed. We have now also attained TBR1 approval, and and the procurement documents are ready, which is TBR2 is also pending approval. This also reports tabled in 2 weeks' time for council approval to move on to procurement stage. So certainly, this will be greenfield projects into the city.
Devin, apologies for intervening. If you can close up, please.
Yeah,
that would be appreciated.
So this is the closed up slide. This is basically a summary of our PPP projects that we're currently embarking on, and it just gives you a snapshot in terms of where we're at. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And I just one comment maybe at this stage of the race. You talked about the indirect reuse projects. I've just recently picked up an article about Windhoek in Namibia. I think colleagues online would know that there's a direct reuse project of many years in Windhoek. They are going to enter into a new direct reuse project, also procured on a PPP basis. So Rona earlier today from Windhoek spoke about what is happening in their country. So that is actually great news. And then again, the other project that is of relevance is in Gaborone, the capital city of Botswana. They're also busy with a major indirect water reuse project in the capital city. Devin, thank you very much for your participation, and I'm sure we will have some more discussions as we go along. Muhammad, are you you are next, so if you can please come online, I'll appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre. Thanks to the team for inviting me to this session. It's a pleasure. I don't have a presentation, so I will just kind of talk through what the notes that I've prepared in terms of housing PPPs across Africa, which it's a niche area which provides lots of opportunities, lots of areas to explore, considering the fact that Africa is considered one of the most rapidly urbanizing regions globally. And all our fact that but government alone doesn't have the requisite resources and the financial muscle to drive the growing housing deficit across African countries, which according to figures, there's an estimated deficit of around more than 60 million housing units across Africa. So it's growing by the day. We have seen, of course, the impact of COVID and how it aligns or how it kind of corresponds to the challenge of housing across Africa. And of course, where we do have slums across cities, you can't be able to really put in place measures that will enhance sustainability and enhance accessibility to, effective and livable cities. So I just want to really put through this session to understand what housing PPP, what does it entail? What makes it a kind of different from, other sets of PPPs? And really to understand really what was the reason why housing PPPs across Africa really has not been really to achieve the set objective and have it scaled up and applicated across African countries because of the nature of the structure, and of course to understand what needs to be done to enhance the adoption of housing PPPs across Africa. So I don't think I need to kind of delve in much for us to understand the situation we are in Sub-Saharan Africa, more specifically relating to the demographics, urbanization, and housing deficits. The numbers are there, but just a snapshot. By year 2050, just to give you an idea of how enormous this challenge is, Africa's population is expected to grow for 1.18 billion in 2015 by 2.44 billion in 2050, so almost a double in the next 27 years or so. So these individuals, and mostly these numbers will be in cities. Where are they going to be housed? What is there the supporting infrastructure, the housing, urban development, that will support this, considering the fiscal challenges our countries are facing? So really, housing PPP is very, very important. We need to really, put all our thinking caps and capacities together to see that, housing PPP is being delivered, because that's the only way forward. And of course, if we are talking about SDGs housing, that's SDG 11. But the good part of it is that we don't only look at it housing as only achieving SDG 11. It cuts across the 17 goals. It's a partnership. It's one of it. If you are adopting a PPP, other aspects relating to climate change, because housing and climate change are interlinked. Housing is a major contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. Almost 19% of greenhouse gas emissions come from housing. So for Africa, for instance, to achieve its goal in terms of climate change, it needs to, housing is a key component. So housing is a key component, not only to SDG 11, but the whole goals of sustainable development. That's very, very important. So if we tend to understand, okay, what's the nature of a contract structure, a PPP contract structure for housing? Of course, it's all centered within having a private sector SPV being at the driving seat, and then the government providing support in terms of, in major instances, the government providing incentives like land. That's where the government role is very, very important. Then the financing can be able to come in terms of the financial institutions, the providing the requisite financing, and then having a competent, hands-on and practical construction contractor that will deliver the project, and then facility management. That's very, very important, because the whole essence of the housing PPP is not having the construction done, is the long-term operation and maintenance. It's very, very important. And this is a kind of a snapshot of what that contract structure seeks to, look like. And then what are the key objectives for adopting housing in PPP? Of course, access to financing, it's no-brainer. There needs to be access to financing, considering the nature of housing itself, which is a long-term asset. So that is an important component. And that's where one of the key challenges that is definitely more special in Africa, where there is no long-term financing. Considering the nature of housing, it cuts across a long period of time, and recouping that investment takes time, and that financing to match cheap, that kind of space is really challenging, most specifically relating to affordable and low-income housing. That's where the challenge is. So I think more needs to be done in terms of providing that financing to incentivize housing provision for access to finance to attend to this issue of affordable housing through PPP. Then, most importantly, access to low-cost land. That is considered the most important component to be considered, because depending on of course, where the zoning of that project is located and available infrastructure, it is considered that land costs can vary anything between 20 to 60% of the total project cost. So that really points out the fact that there needs to be an effective and well-serviced and low-cost land. That will go a long way, most specifically if we are relating to affordable housing. That's where for Africa the challenge is. And that's really a key component to achieve having a successful PPP. Then, of course, aspects relating to the contract being specifically tailored to enhance efficiency in terms of the construction itself and operation. So that is why when selecting the contractor, it needs to be someone with a track record and not only being a developer from the construction point of view. There has to be consideration for the long-term operation and maintenance. That's very, very important. And that really kind of is a factor to consider, because most challenging aspect we do have in African countries that developers that are at scale, that can be able to deliver units that can be able to plug in the massive housing deficit in Africa, there are very few. So that's a very, an area that more needs to be done to capacitate our developers to develop units that can go on to really, reduce the deficit of housing. So what are the challenges that, housing PPPs have been facing across Africa? And why is it really not being kind of, achieved that wide scalability across the region? First and foremost, aspect relating to affordability, which, can be related to the cost of land itself. We're all aware, most specifically if we are relating to cities in Africa, the cost of land is ever growing by the day. And that really becomes an issue, a challenge of attending to delivering affordable housing through PPP. And in most instances where the land is available, they are located at the much more further distance from where the economic opportunities are. So at the end of the day, by the time you do compare what you're spending in terms of transportation and taking yourself from where those housing units are at the outskirts of the city to the city center or where the economic opportunities are, then it doesn't become affordable. So I think that's something that more needs to be done, and to provide land that is affordable and that will drive and incentivize housing PPP. Then supporting bulk infrastructure, very, very important. Not only having the housing units developed, but there has to be supporting infrastructure from sewerage, from power, from water. All this needs to be provided. And one of the key issues that kind of relates to affordability is by the time this bulk infrastructure is not available, and if it's through a PPP mode, then and the private sector goes on to provide this infrastructure, then it doesn't become affordable at the end of the day. It's out of reach for the majority of those at the lower kind of bracket of the society. And aspects relating to compliances, land titling, aspects related to regulatory approval. So it all adds up to the challenge of affordability. And then another issue of that's bedeviling the housing PPPs market in Africa is low mortgage penetration. That is a key challenge because across Africa, mortgage penetration, if you compare the percentage of GDP, is very low. If you take out probably South Africa, maybe instances of Namibia, cut across the most specifically in Sub-Saharan Africa, most of the countries, they do have a mortgage penetration to their GDPs ranging from 2%, 1.5% to it's very, very low. And with the nature of housing, it's a long-term asset. It's some mortgages ranging from 20 years or even more. And really, that really kind of goes on to limit the opportunities in terms of housing PPPs. So really more needs to be done in that space. But of course, over the past few years, 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of effort, like the establishment of mortgage and finance institutions, which is expected to deepen the mortgage market across African countries. For instance, here in Kenya, there's the Kenya Mortgage and Finance Company, which Shelter African institution has have an equity stake, has been part and parcel of developing such models across Africa. We have CRRH, which is a regional mortgage and finance company based in Togo, covering West Africa. We do have also in Nigeria, we do have Nigeria Mortgage and Finance Company. In Tanzania, we have TMRC. So it's gradually, it's growing, but more needs to be done. More needs to be done. And the way we're looking at it is that by the time housing PPPs become much more incentivized and much more scaled up and replicated, Africa should be considering aspects like securitization. That's the future. How you buy mortgages and trade it in the capital markets. That's the future. But of course, this cannot be achieved unless there is deepened mortgage penetration across African countries. So of course, there is a lot that needs to be done at that aspect. Then other aspect needs to be considered is the capacity challenges. More specifically relating to local and municipality levels. This is a key issue because housing, the way it is centered, it has been structured, it relates with cities, municipalities, and local governments. And the way, if we are adopting a PPP in housing, it's much different if we are adopting a traditional procurement. And up to now, government officials, there more needs to be done to really understand the differences of a traditional procurement system, to other modes in terms of what makes it different, what's the role and responsibilities of all parties, and then how can you be able to really put in place measures that will make it successful. And this also aligns with the aspect of public acceptability, because if it's a housing PPP, it's that understanding of the framework and the structure is much more different from a traditional procurement. So for the public to accept and understand that framework and their own contribution, I think that's a key challenge that needs to be considered. I know more needs to be done. So sensitization and enhanced kind of engagement will go a long way in that.
Mohammed,
okay,
apologies, your time's up. There's even a few questions I want to ask, and one I'll just put it into the audience as well. Is about the projects when we develop them should probably be of integrated nature, meaning that we must bring in different typologies. So on purpose, we have chosen the topic as affordable housing. But you cannot only build affordable housing projects, because then if it's a group of poor people, you will create an area of poor people. But we'll get to that point. So thank you for your inputs.
Thank you.
Apologies for interrupting.
No, it's okay. Thank
but
you.
we hope we will have some more time. And I'm going to move to Pumla Majikia. And Pumla, you are also aware, like all of us, that I think we have chosen the easy sectors this afternoon to speak about water PPPs and to speak about affordable housing and agricultural PPPs. All three of these areas are actually quite tough. So, but I think we need to bite the bullet on the continent. We need to be positive and change the vicious cycle of poor service delivery, considering PPPs. PPPs represent an alternative procurement methodology, and in certain cases may be an optimal procurement methodology to work with. Pumla, can you just try and share your screen again, please? Pumla, and you can also just maybe start your video again. And you're also muted right now. Pumla. Oh, it's coming on. Just make it full screen.
Okay. Just a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, just
yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to make it full screen.
Just at the bottom bar on the slides to just before the size of the screen.
Yeah, I know where it is, but I think with all the controls from the Zoom, the setup for this.
Oh, is that
I don't know if yeah.
Alternatively, if the organizers can help us, alternatively, I would suggest you go and use it as is.
Yeah, if it's possible.
I just want to see what Jayhati is saying.
I don't have the presentation. So you don't see, Pumla, you don't see the share screen at the bottom next to chat?
No, I think the screen is, let me just go. I thought the screen is shared. Can you guys not see it on your side?
Yeah, no, we can see your presentation. You just need to change it to presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm saying the control. I would have to remove all these other. Let me just see if I can move the.
No, okay, so go to the slideshow on the PowerPoint. Go to the slideshow tab.
Okay, let's see.
Right at the top, you see animations, slideshow, review. You see on your PowerPoint, there's a top tab menu, right on your PowerPoint.
The top tab.
Yeah, you see slideshow.
Yes.
Okay, click on that. Oh, your pointer is not a hand. Can you right click on it? Yeah, okay. Now click on slideshow. And then you go to from beginning. No, go to far left. Yes, exactly. Click on that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see now the problem. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We are fine. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Andre, for the introduction and also for the invitation to share our experiences in developing Agri-PPPs. So what I thought we'll start with is an overview of PPPs in our portfolio as a bank. So we did a study recently, and that study was looking at the portfolio of the investments of the bank over the last over 10 years, from 2006 to 2017. And what we found from the study is that you have a dominance of even though you have certain sectors making a smaller percentage of the investments, you find that certain sectors like power, transport, that there is a dominance of PPPs in those sectors as opposed to the agri sector. So in the agri sector, even though it makes up about 22% of our investments in the portfolio, there's only about 2% of those projects, that are PPP projects. So what is the reason for that? Why do we see such a limited use of PPPs in the agro sectors? So in my view, and also part of as a result of the study, was also we found that there's a classification issue and also a definition issue. You have a lot of partnerships between public sector and private sector in the agro sector, but they may not necessarily be classified as PPPs. The other issue is a problem of
the definition and also the frameworks, the traditional frameworks that are used in the PPP sector, you find that PPPs in the agro sector struggle to fit into these traditional frameworks, which already have high transaction costs and compared to the other alternative ways of procurement. So what we found to be working for us in the sector is rather than focusing on PPPs, looking at ways where you can have private sector involvement in public sector projects in the agro sector. So getting private sector to develop agro projects alongside the private sector, alongside the public sector. So some of those structures you find, you've got your special agro processing zones, that focus on increasing the productivity and also the processing and all the supporting infrastructure that supports that. And you have concessions related to that are given by government for that. But even those would not necessarily tick all the boxes in terms of some of these PPP frameworks. The other approach that we are using is a programmatic approach. With that programmatic approach, we're looking at ways that we can develop this project as programs. And I'm going to take the panel through the session through one of those case studies just to see what it looks like in practice. So I'll do a case study of one of the projects. So this is a programmatic approach or development approach for one of the agro projects that we are financing or have financed in Eswatini. So what you have here is it's a project. It's an infrastructure irrigation project. So that involves the transfer of water from two rivers into dams. So there's a construction of dams, and then you have the downstream development of the agricultural production. So the aim of the project is poverty alleviation through climate resilient agricultural production in this region, which is in the southern region of Eswatini. So it's a drought-prone area. So the plan is to bring about 30,000 hectares into commercial farming and also have an agro-processing zone, with parallel developments, in transport, energy, and urban development, because in that area or that part of the country, there's no developed, there's no developed towns, so it's right towards the south of the country in Eswatini. So the project is multi-phased. So the phase one is the construction of the dam and the downstream development of the agricultural products. And phase two is a construction of a second dam and also the downstream development of the 25,000 hectares and also development of an agro-industrial zone. So what has happened in this project is that it's still in phase one. And by just constructing the first two items there, which is the dam and embarking on the downstream development, what we found is that has already attracted an influx of private sector companies that that are willing to set up facilities, production facilities. So what ended up being considered is the establishment of a cotton ginnery as the main crop or the anchor crop for that particular development. So you have so from just phase one, you have the public investment that government has put in, but now they're going forward with that development in terms of the production. You have the private sector that will be taking over into perpetuity the production related to to the utilization of the water and the related agricultural development. So on the next slide, what we've done here, what I thought we'll do is just to analyze the mechanics of that partnership and what has worked. And I think you'll see that some of the mechanics that have been used or aspects, do fit into your traditional frameworks, frameworks, but it's not in its own. It's not a PPP because it doesn't tick all the boxes, that you'd have in the framework. So number A, you've got the government's role. So the government commissioned the feasibility studies of this. We finance these as a bank through grant funding to assist the government to prepare the project. And the government's role is also the development of the water infrastructure. So this is looking at the dam, the main and secondary conveyance systems, etc. So by that investment, the government has de-risked the project to a certain extent because it has enabled or unlocked all of these investors, private investors that that have lined up to want to invest in that project. So the private sector role in that project has been the infield irrigation system for the private parties, or for the private parties. You have a lot of community involvement in the project, but the government will assist with the infield irrigation systems to support the smallholder farmers. Private sector will also establish the cotton ginnery and offtake the crop that will now be grown under irrigation from the smallholders. In terms of the risk allocation, how have the risks been allocated? One of the key concerns from the private sector was to ensure that there is adequate supply to justify the investment that private sector was putting into this cotton ginnery. And the mitigants that were through discussions between the parties were to say, okay, there's going to be a nucleus model or approach that will be used, where about 30% of the irrigated area will be allocated to the cotton investor. And also there will be an operator engaged to grow and harvest the cotton, because the dynamics of the project were that you need to have 2 crops per season. So you need to have the efficiencies that you are able to harvest and to harvest quickly to make way for the next crop. The market risk has largely been allocated to the private investor or the operator of the cotton ginnery. And then the operational risks for the dam and the conveyance networks, those have been allocated to the government agencies, because we're talking about dam infrastructure that, if you look at the payback period and investment profile, you're looking at more than 50 years. So government is responsible for the operation and maintenance of that. The benefits, if you look at the benefits of the project, for the government, they will be able to recoup their investment through water charges, tax revenue. Obviously, there's a social benefit in the sense that there will be less burden on the government to provide social protection for the people. You also have improved return on investment, especially with the involvement of the private sector. It has changed the project, so the return on investment is much higher. For the community, community members, that were previously unemployed now will be shareholders, because they are setting up farmer companies. So they will be earning salaries because they will participate. They will work on the farms, but they'll also be getting dividends because they will be shareholders in this scheme. Obviously, for the private investor as well, so the profits that we will be able to generate from participating in this full integrated value chain, because they'll be producing. They'll be taking it through the whole value chain from cotton seeds all the way to manufacturing to garments. Processing garments. So that is those are the benefits of that partnership. So one of the key conditions, that is necessary for this transaction or for this structure to stand is to make sure that the farmers keep on producing cotton, and a way that was negotiated to make sure that there's an incentive to continue producing cotton is to make sure that the pricing that the farmers get for the cotton is linked to the world cotton prices, you know, to make sure that there is fair pricing. So in this programmatic approach for this project, government controls the program, but at different parts, parts of the program, they bring in the private sector to participate in the areas that that are best suited for the private sector to run with, because governments are not in the, you know, they're not in the business of producing the downstream production, but they've enabled through the structure, they've enabled their participation and offloading of certain aspects to the private sector. So in conclusion, what is the view? The view is from this is my personal view, is that due to fiscal constraints, there's definitely a need between of collaboration between public and private actors, and but the nature of that partnership needs to be guided by the needs of the project. It does not necessarily need to be a fully fledged PPP in the traditional approach, but I think as long as we are able to unlock the investment of the private sector into the projects, it may suffice in certain instances. Also, due to the lack of confidence and also trust deficit and perhaps lack of track records, in some countries, public sector does need to take the lead and provide the enabling environment and also infrastructure to attract or to unlock private sector involvement. So I think in terms of agri-PPPs, we still have a long way to go, but I think at the moment, we're trying to say what is the best way of integrating or tapping into those private sector funds. I think that's it from my side. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Pumla. And there's a number of questions, so please look at the chat box,
Okay.
The other panelists as well. Maybe just one or two concepts on agricultural PPPs. We are currently in the Ivory Coast, working on a European Investment Bank project, and just heard yesterday that they have actually tried a number of agricultural PPPs in this country. Maybe they didn't call them agricultural PPPs, but it had all the characteristics of that. And there's also some good lessons to learn from it. Many of them don't exist anymore today. Maybe part of the problem was that it was not regulatory, there were no regulatory oversight over the development of the projects. So the contracting was maybe not as complete and thorough as it could have been. But there's a number of examples. Maybe the two projects that I want to pick out is that I think we can learn from is a major agricultural project in Ethiopia and another one in Angola that was developed on using all these PPP principles. The one in Angola, just from a very high level, dealt with the issue government made land available. The private sector consortiums, what they firstly did is to try and understand what produce could be developed on this piece of land. And they, in effect, sold the returns to private sector off-takers. Longer term off-takers. The off-takers obviously not 10, 20 or 30 years. The longest term that I know of was about 5 years. And they used that credit strength of the project then to work, reverse engineer the project. They developed a school, a hospital, roads, houses, storage facilities, etc., etc. The idea is also that over time, this big international consortium will also transfer their shares to these, what initially was called small farmers, that then become bigger commercial farmers along the way. Towards the end of the project, the idea was that the private sector, the technical partner, would own approximately 30% shareholding, and the landowners the farmers will own about 70% of the project, but just some ideas. So even although we are dealing with quite difficult sectors, affordable housing, agricultural PPPs, water PPPs, from my perspective, I would want to argue that anything is possible. I want to argue that we've got the human resources, we've got the capital resources, we've got land available in Africa, and nothing should stop us. So for all those naysayers that say it takes a long time, it is true. For those that say it is difficult, it is true. Should we, because of that, not try and generate value for money, meaning we spend less money than government would in the day-to-day activities? No, we should keep on knocking on the doors, opening up these doors, and creating bigger opportunities on the continent. Pumla, I think I'm going to refer to you. There's a few questions that refer to the agricultural PPPs. There was one about which subsectors within agriculture would be potentially beneficial. There was another question of specific information that you may require. And then there's one on land use and carbon credits. But I'm sure you have read that by now also. So if you would care to comment, I will appreciate.
Sorry, Andre, I've only seen the last one, so I didn't see the ones.
No,
maybe can you
problem.
just
you can just go up maybe, yeah. There was one on agricultural subsectors.
I see the one. Is there specific information and program website for the agro-based paper program?
Yeah, what I've said on the that they can contact us at PPP Training Online, and we will also link them to you, and also send them some information that we have on agricultural PPPs on the continent. And the same applies to housing. The same applies to water, and I'm sure Devon would also not would be willing to also share information on water PPPs. He said that as long as he doesn't get more than 100 inquiries, he's happy with that.
Okay, but on the I don't know if I'm interpreting the question properly, but if they are asking for information on the project that I just presented, or the case study, it is on the website. So if you go to the African Development Bank website and you check under Eswatini, you'll see the project. It is on the internet. I don't know if that was a question.
Yeah, and even for more broader information about agricultural PPPs, we can link you up with some information basis.
Okay.
Any specific subsectors that come to mind in the agricultural space that you maybe personally think would be more appropriate? Because we're also thinking about the value chain, the logistics chains, cold storage, all of those.
So I think so I didn't get the question, but I'm on the chat, but I'm just talking based on what you're saying. So I think in terms of the subsector, I think obviously agro processing, you need private sector involvement in that. So that is not that cannot be part of public sector involvement in terms of triple Ps. So that would need to be offloaded onto the private sector. So because I didn't see the question, so I don't know if I've answered it adequately. Andre, perhaps you can clarify. I missed that question.
Yeah, no problem. I will maybe just comment on the value chain type projects. And maybe let me use the example of the Kenyan president that recently, literally 3 weeks ago, during a visit to a municipality, stated that, listen, guys, government is sitting with valuable unutilized land in your municipal environment. You are free to apply to us, and we will make available that land for agricultural PPP developments. And maybe municipality, you can also benefit from this process by making sure you find very good tangible consortiums that will develop the land, that will sell their goods, develop a whole logistics chain if it doesn't exist already. So if I think about the Kisumu area in Kenya, I mean that the trade corridor, the flight availabilities, the new ferries going across the Lake Victoria, all of that shouts at creating agricultural PPPs and have distribution networks to countries around Lake Victoria. Those type of concepts. It is waiting for innovators. It is waiting for people like the Kenyan government that is very aggressive in developing, ensuring food security. Maybe, yeah, so just a few comments in this space. Anything else that you may want to highlight further, Pumla? Anything?
Yeah, I think the approach that we take as a bank is a value chain approach to the development of agricultural projects. So and with that, the view is to have the government just providing the enabling environment. But when you come to certain, for you to be able to do agricultural development, you need water. So you find that, you know, that government is best placed to actually provide or play that role. But everything else, in terms of our approach, we try to offload to the private sector.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think there's, yeah.
Sorry, no, I wanted to also add that I think you've told me that within AFDB, there's a unit that specifically look at agricultural PPPs, or you've got a few colleagues in some of the other regions across Africa that also focus on the development of these agri-PPPs. That's correct?
Yeah, I think it's rather than having, let's say we've got different forms of what we would call triple Ps, or the involvement of private sector in projects or agri projects. So I think the role basically focuses on that. How do we integrate? How do we unlock that private sector investment into projects, you know, without necessarily being restrained to say, okay, now we are trying to necessarily come up with a framework for agri PPPs, because you find that most of them you cannot use the existing frameworks or the frameworks of triple P. So there is no unit for agri PPP. So we have agriculture and agro processing, and then within the different regions of the bank, then you'll have people that are looking at different ways of integrating private sector. You also have special agro processing, people that specialize in special agro processing zones, you know. And those people are also trying to say, okay, how do we develop these agro processing zones to get more value addition onto the products that are developed in the country.
Excellent.
Okay.
And this all from Pumla, being the principal for agri PPPs in the Southern Africa region. Thank you very much for your comments. Stay online. There may be one or two critical things. Mohammed, can we go to you for any comments, or maybe have you seen any questions on the public chat that you want to react on, please?
Yes. There was this question in terms of what are the critical success factors for PPP and affordable housing. Okay, do I look at it, the critical success factors, first and foremost, there has to be, of course, an effective PPP unit. A PPP unit, you know, that's well capacitated, well informed, you know, has a relevant experience, because from my experience, that has always been a stumbling block to achieving the mandate, the goal of housing PPPs. And also, of course, having a strong and good private consortium, very important, because it's a partnership. Even if the public, regulations, the capacity, they do have the capacity at the public sector. If the private sector are not, up to date and they do not have the knowledge, the technical, financial, and of course the experience to drive housing PPPs, and also that's a challenge. Then for housing specifically, land titling is very, very important. In fact, that is the key component that will go a long way to unlock the housing PPP in Africa, because in as far as the land titling system across African countries is not well formalized, is not well centralized and effective, then investment in that space continue to be a challenge. So that's where I look at it in terms of this DSF. Then there was another question on the chat and the Q&A box. In terms of the question goes as, do governments need to facilitate housing PPPs by contributing grant monies? Okay, from my experience, the way government, and not only government, but also development partners can support PPPs is to, in terms of grant, is to provide that grant money to develop, to enhance project preparation facilities. And what has been the challenge, in most projects, most specifically housing, also largely or most generally other infrastructure projects, is bankability of those projects. I mean, as far as so much resources and time is being wasted, in having it bankable, then that is a challenge. So grant money from the government can be used to make those housing projects, to be bankable. To in the form of a project preparation facility. So by the time it's opened up, private sector can pull and shake up, and deliver in terms of the PPP. So those are the two questions that I would like to attend to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, and also appreciate your participation. We're going to close this session. The organizers are anxious also to close off for the day. So thank you for those that are still online, but we are firstly going to give Devin an opportunity to, Devin, I've suggested on the chat that maybe you look at one of the questions, and please take a minute and maximum 2 minutes, please. Thank you,
no
Devin.
problem. Yeah, I think quickly there's one pertinent question here. It talks about water risk and how do you propose to incorporate it in the design of PPPs, and also incorporate climate risk management. I think that's a very, very important question. And us as eThekwini, having been through the April unprecedented floods, what it did teach the city is that we are unprepared for major disasters. In particular, one of our water treatment facilities was washed away completely, which meant that the whole community was without water supply. Now, in terms of municipal processes, to embark on an emergency scheme to restore water supply, it meant going through a Section 36, what we call in South Africa, but it's basically an emergency scheme to bring in a technology provider. Unfortunately, that was not undertaken swiftly, which meant that the community stayed without water supply for an undesirable time. Whereas with the PPP context, we had the same disaster in the southern area where we had the Durban water recycling PPP. What we were able there to do was to leverage the private sector to tell them we're a bit overwhelmed here with our resource constraints in terms of restoring infrastructure. Can you assist us? So through the contract, they were able to restore certain bulk lines, sewer infrastructure on a temporary basis, which meant that it restored flow. It restored flow, and we were able to continue with the PPP. So there again, PPPs, for me, to just sum it up, if you want to shock-proof your infrastructure in the municipality, PPPs are the way to go. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for those wise words. Colleagues, panelists, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate for WAPPP. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to have participated, and we hand back to the organizers. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you for the panel for that very rich discussion that was very sector specific. I know that many of us have been here since very early today, and so it's been quite the day for many of us, and it's that point where we're going to close this. Thank you everyone for attending. Thank you for the very engaging discussions, and of course for every panelist. Asante sana. We're very excited. Before we log off, I will ask the Executive Director of WAPP, Mr. Jean-Christophe Bath, to give us the closing statement. Over to you, JC.
Many thanks to you, Prima, for being the master of ceremony for this first Africa PPP Day that WAPP has organized. But also many thanks to all our partners, in particular to the Africa Legal Support Facility, the PPP Training Online, Planet Partnerships, and the Africa Climate Foundation, who were instrumental in building this elaborate and very diverse agenda, and also to the WAPP Steering Committee that would like to thank them for their ongoing support in harnessing the power of this global PPP network for better public-private partnerships. Here are my pearls of insights that I have gained during the day. One, WAPP has brought the thought leadership on public-private partnerships and philanthropy today in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. Second, for too long, the belief that Africa doesn't have the capacity in the public sector, an ample core of PPP professionals to design and structure PPPs is broken today. What we have seen was amazing. It was really beautiful to see how lively and how rich the ecosystem is. There is a lot of know-how there, and I'm sure we're going to come up with local solutions for Africa. Our event brought 95% of Africans and 40% of women together, which I haven't seen very often so far, at least not in our niche industry of public-private partnerships. And without the presence of women in the conversation, I think all impact statements are impractical. And I've seen some very promising things that were said today. Third, it highlights the power of local and regional organizations, growing and mainstreaming of philanthropy in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. The future is blended catalytic results-based financing. I think that's become very clear. And just so you know, WAPP is also part of this Giving Amplify Earth initiative that was announced in Davos in January. And we're very much looking forward to engaging in this mapping exercise and landscaping what PPPs and philanthropies are doing, the PPPP together with the partnering initiative, which I believe is very timely and hasn't been done before. So we're actually innovating in that area. Fourth, we have one growing community with one goal, and that is to deliver and not just propose value for future generations. So our PPPs need to encompass these principles, and designing today's PPPs will be for tomorrow. And we need to get that right to avoid the cost of aborted projects that fail or have to be renegotiated. So it's really important that we do proper dispute avoidance, risk management, whether at project level or at macro level or at the climate crisis level, because it is here to stay. We need to prepare, plan, and anticipate the changes which are bound to happen. And we also need to see the risks as opportunities instead of weaknesses. I want to congratulate the WAPP team, and in particular Jyoti, Prima, Max, Jacques, Monica, Jinan, Chandra, and Johnson in making this event happen in just a few weeks. It shows the force of our network and the intrinsic motivation that is brought to the table. I hope that the knowledge we shared today will resonate with you, and that you will join our For Impact initiative and our organization, WAPP. I've showed you the website earlier where you can simply apply for membership, and also share the energy and generosity gene, which comes from our true belief that the private sector's power is important to change the world. And I'll leave you with the leitmotif that Ziad Alexandre Hayek framed earlier today. If you are a PPP professional, look into the sun and all the shadow will fall behind you. Thank you very much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, JC, and thank you everyone for logging in.